Chapter 2577. No, brother, you should not be such a person. Wang Chong believed that he still had some foresight. He felt that Yi Fei was not the kind of person who would flee in the face of danger. However, it was a fact that Yi Fei had disappeared from the wine storehouse. This made Wang Chong feel very complicated. He did not know if he should believe Yi Fei or Qian Fang's judgment. Qian Fang did not care so much. The masked man's strength gave Qian Fang a faint glimmer of hope. She pulled Wang Chong's ear and whispered, "Husband, what do you think of that masked senior's strength? Is there even a need to ask? This person must be one of those legendary geniuses. He is not someone ordinary warriors like us can look up to." Wang Chong looked at the restaurant Yi Fei was sitting in reverence. Unfortunately, this person cultivates demonic arts. He is bound to be temperamental. We have to be careful. Before he could finish speaking, there was a sharp pain in his ear. Qian Fang held Wang Chong's ear in disappointment and said, "What's wrong with the demonic path? If not for this senior, our family would have been chased out of Sky Dragon City. We might even have died outside. However, it doesn't matter if we die. We cannot let our child be implicated by us." "Madam, you mean, head of the family, I want you to give the drunken dragon incense brewing recipe to this senior. We do not expect him to take our son as a disciple. We only hope that he can impart a complete cultivation technique of the Lord of Heaven. This way, even if the Qian family does not let us off, we can leave a way out for our child," Qian Fang said resolutely. Wang Chong's expression changed drastically. Although his family had fallen, his ancestors were once glorious. That was why they passed down the secret recipe of the drunken dragon incense. Even when they were at their lowest, Wang Chong could not bear to sell it. Now that he had to hand it over, Wang Chong's expression was filled with discomfort. However, when he saw his wife's pleading eyes and the Qian family's constant coercion, he made up his mind. In the end, Wang Chong made up his mind. He held his wife's hand, and the two of them walked back into the restaurant. Plop! The two of them knelt in front of Yi Fei. Yi Fei's eyelids twitched. However, he remained calm on the surface as he waved his hand. The two of them could no longer continue kneeling. "Where's the wine?" Yi Fei asked calmly. "Senior, the wine is here. This is the secret recipe for the drunken dragon incense that has been passed down in my family Wang for generations. My wife and I are willing to offer it to Senior. We only ask that Senior take a look at our son. If he becomes successful, Senior can teach him a cultivation method that can allow him to break through to the Lord of Heaven realm." At this point, Wang Chong felt very uneasy. The couple wanted to kneel down again. Yi Fei laughed bitterly in his heart. It was really difficult to drink someone else's wine. Wang Chong was not a bad person. But if he helped, Yi Fei did not have any interest in taking in another disciple besides Yi Xiaochan. After thinking for a moment, Yi Fei said without batting an eyelid, "Bring your son here. I'll take a look at him first." "Senior, please wait a moment. I'll go right away." Qian Fang did not care that she was pregnant. She hurriedly ran into the back courtyard of the restaurant and brought out a 7- or 8-year-old child with a dark complexion. However, the child's complexion was very bad. Yi Fei only took a glance and frowned. "His vitality is weak. He should have failed to awaken his bloodline and damaged his martial foundation." Wang Chong and Qian Fang's expressions were very nervous. "Senior, as long as you can cure him, not only the pill recipe, you can take everything we have. There is no need for the pill recipe. After all, it is the foundation of your foundation. His injuries are only a small matter. Azura blood destruction." Yi Fei's tone was cold. Suddenly, a strong divine light appeared in his hand and entered the child's body. However, this time, he did not steal the child's bloodline. Instead, he reorganized the child's body. After being reorganized, the child's complexion was rosy. Besides the fact that he did not have a bloodline, he was no different from a normal child. Wang Chong and Qian Fang were overjoyed. But at this time, Yi Fei was in a dilemma. The martial arts and cultivation methods he grasped were all top-notch. There really was nothing suitable for a child to cultivate. "Forget it. I also have a Taiji sword Dao that I created myself. However, it is not complete. Right now, it can only allow you to cultivate to the Dao Lord realm. As for whether or not you can learn it, That will depend on whether or not your heart of martial arts is firm. Now sit down. I will only explain it 3 times. After that, you will have to comprehend it yourself. After rudely driving away Wang Chong and Qian Fong, Yi Fei began to patiently teach the child the basic principles of the Taiji Sword Dao. At the same time, he explained in detail the meaning of the Taiji 8 trigrams. After all, his Sword Dao was born from the Taiji 8 trigrams. This required a very high level of perception to comprehend. This was also the reason why Yi Fei was unwilling to accept disciples. Besides Yi Xiaochan, whose heart of martial arts was as firm as a rock, Yi Fei had never seen a second disciple who could completely comprehend his Taiji Sword Dao. It was only because he saw that Wang Chong's wine was very tasty that Yi Fei decided to make an exception. In the following time, Yi Fei began to explain the Taiji Sword Dao in detail. And as he was explaining, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside the Wangji restaurant. This group of people was none other than the Qian family that Yi Fei had driven away. However, this time, the Qian family had not only sent a divine lord, but a total of 5. This was the Qian family's strongest lineup. Leading them was a middle-aged man at the mid-stages of the divine lord realm. His aura was the strongest among them. He looked angrily at the Wangji restaurant and said coldly, "Qian Zheng, is that demonic warrior who injured you still inside?" Reporting to Chief Steward Qin, the Wangji restaurant's wine is the best in our Sky Dragon City. Since that demon has gone in, he definitely won't be coming out anytime soon. I'm certain that they are inside. The divine lord elder that Yi Fei had driven away pointed in the direction of the restaurant with a look of resentment. Previously, the Qian family had planned on swallowing Wang Chong's wine brewing secret for themselves. However, Yi Fei's strength made the Qian family change their mind. After all, the Qian family's motive for obtaining the Drunken Dragon fragrance was not only to manage it themselves, but also to send it to the Muyang Palace. They wanted to be like the Sky Dragon family Wang, to climb up the social ladder and achieve meteoric success. Coincidentally, the little prince of the Muyang Palace had just returned from the Dragon King Mountain with his people. He was about to go to the Liu clan to denounce them. The head of the Qian clan naturally seized this opportunity and told them about the secret recipe of the Wangji restaurant. This was because there was a rumor in Sky Dragon City that Prince Muyang loved to taste all kinds of wine. The little Prince Qin gang had casually sent a chief steward to follow the Qian family to ask for the secret recipe. Chapter 2578. Then I'll have to trouble Chief Steward Qin to put in a good word for me. Qianzheng calmly handed over a spatial belt that was filled with mystic veins. Chief Steward Qin was very satisfied. The two of them didn't have the slightest intention of concealing their conversation. Hearing that the Qian family actually gave the secret recipe to the Muyang Palace, Wang Chong, who just walked out of the restaurant, instantly had his eyes turn red. "Qianzheng, I didn't expect you to be so despicable. After failing to get my elixir recipe, you actually sold it out to the Muyang Palace." Wang Chong still had a way to evade the Qian family. However, he had no way to deal with the Muyang Palace, because the entire Sky Dragon City, including the surrounding big cities, belonged to the Muyang Palace. How could a small Wangji restaurant compare to such a power? Hearing this, Qianzheng was filled with righteousness. He scolded coldly, "Wang Chong, bullshit. How could my Qian family covet your lousy elixir recipe? If it wasn't for this old man recommending it to Chief Steward Qin, he wouldn't have taken pity on you and given you a chance to achieve meteoric success." After saying that, Qianzheng carefully gave an inquiring look. Chief Steward Qin smiled knowingly and walked to Wang Chong's side. "Qianzheng told me about you. He said that you're very good at wine brewing. My Muyang Palace lacks slaves like you. Are you willing to enter my palace and be a loyal slave?" Chief Steward Qin spoke as if he was giving alms. In the eyes of ordinary low-level martialists, being able to enter the Muyang Palace was a very lucky thing. However, Wang Chong wasn't an ordinary low-level martialist. His ancestors were also glorious. He naturally understood that if he agreed, he wouldn't be entering as a slave, but as a corpse. "I'm not going. Wang Chong, will never be a slave for others in my life. I don't have any secret wine brewing recipe here. Chief Steward Qin, please leave. Wang Chong purposely said this loudly, hoping that people would come over to watch. After all, no matter how overbearing the Wang residence was, they still had to pay attention to their reputation on the surface. If word of the incident of them seizing low-level warriors was spread, it would definitely damage the reputation of the Wang residence. However, what made Wang Chong despair was that he had been shouting for a long time. Not a single warrior came to watch. Instead, after hearing the words Muyang Palace, all the warriors who lived nearby were so scared that they closed their doors and pretended to be deaf and dumb. Qianzheng finally revealed a ferocious expression as he looked at Wang Chong and mocked. Wang Chong, I heard that you are usually generous and have a reputation of being a hero. Now that you're in trouble, there's not even a single person who dares to watch and speak up for you. How pitiful. I only hate that I, Wang Chong, am useless. I made a mistake and made friends with a group of scoundrels. You can kill me, but you absolutely won't get the pill formula. Wang Chong suddenly decided on something. He shouted angrily and quickly took out a pill formula, preparing to destroy it. How dare you? Boom! A terrifying divine lord aura erupted from Qianzheng's body. This time, Qianzheng did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Wang Chong on the spot. Third uncle, I beg you, please let us go. Seeing that Wang Chong was in danger, Qianfang suddenly stood in front of Wang Chong, disregarding her pregnancy. Furthermore, Qianfang's cultivation level was higher than Wang Chong's. She was already in the sovereign realm. However, such a cultivation level was nothing in the face of divine Lord Qianzheng, who wanted to kill someone. Without any hesitation, a divine Lord palm imprinted coldly on Qianfang's body. A cold corpse fell to the ground. It was Qianfang's corpse. Qianzheng had not only killed Qianfang, but he had also killed the fetus in her womb. Wang Chong, who came to his senses, immediately let out an extremely sorrowful cry. He desperately threw himself at his wife's body as tears streamed down his face. Only Qianzheng's eyes remained cold. He stared coldly at Wang Chong and said, "This is the price you have to pay for angering me. Wang Chong, let me ask you, is that demonic brat still in your restaurant? Did you offer the pill formula to him? Do you think everyone is as greedy and vicious as you? Even if I, Wang Chong, die, I will turn into a malicious spirit and curse you. Benefactor, leave quickly." Boom! Wang Chong exploded. Amidst the grief of his wife's tragic death, he overcame his fear of divine lords and the huge gap between their cultivation realms. Even if he died, he wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from Qianzheng's body. You don't know what's good for you. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Qianzheng was enraged as he raised his palm once again. In his eyes, slapping a puny warrior like Wang Chong to death was no different from slapping an ant to death. At that moment, Steward Qin finally spoke. He said in an extremely cold voice, "It doesn't matter if this lowly commoner lives or dies. However, the young prince has instructed us to obtain the pill formula for brewing wine." Qianzheng's expression changed as he retracted his palm. He only used the might of a divine lord to send Wang Chong flying again and again. However, every time he was sent flying, Wang Chong would vomit blood and crawl up from the ground with bloodshot eyes. He would then charge at Qianzheng in a frenzy. The commotion outside the restaurant had finally reached the inner yard. At this time, Yi Fei was imparting his strength and explaining the Taiji sword Dao. Suddenly, he heard Wang Chong's roar. He subconsciously probed with his divine sense and was completely stunned by what he saw. Wang Chong was covered in blood. His arms and legs had been cruelly broken by Qianzheng. Yet, he continued to crazily roar like a worm as he threw himself at Qianzheng. As for Qianzheng, he had a hideous grin on his face. It was like he was toying with his prey, constantly tormenting Wang Chong for fun. What shocked Yi Fei the most was the cold corpse behind Wang Chong. It was Qianfang's corpse. Her belly was already bulging, and she was about to give birth. But at this time, she had been cruelly slapped to death on the ground. "Honorable Master, what happened outside?" The little boy across from him didn't know that outside, his mother had already died. His father was suffering inhumane torture. He blinked his eyes innocently. Yifei didn't want to take him in as a disciple, but the little boy still remembered his parents' instructions. Not only was he extremely respectful to Yifei, he even treated him like a parent. An inexplicable bitterness surfaced in his heart. On Yifei's face, the brightest smile appeared. There's nothing outside. I've finished explaining the Taiji Sword Dao. Now, close your eyes and carefully comprehend it. He casually formed a dark force light shield to protect the little boy, isolating him from all sounds outside. Yifei had already stood up. His body was suddenly filled with rage and murderous intent. Qian family, do you want to die? Boom. Yifei rushed out of the restaurant with murderous intent and anger. He immediately charged towards Qianzheng. Qianzheng, who was torturing Wang Chong, also had the coldest murderous intent in his eyes. He pointed at Chief Steward Qin and said, Chief Steward Qin, this is the demon who stopped me from obtaining the pill formula and offering it to King Muyang. Die. Chapter 2579. You? Qianzheng widened his eyes in shock. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that his attempt to curry favor with Prince Muyang's mansion would result in such an outcome. Wang Chong burst into tears when he saw Yifei's actions. He pounced on Qianzheng crazily and shouted, Benefactor, leave quickly. They are divine lords from Prince Muyang's mansion. I beg you, take my child and leave quickly. The recipe for the wine is with my child. Qianzheng's death didn't affect Chief Steward Qin at all. He only nodded indifferently when he heard Wang Chong's pleas. Qianzheng's death can be exchanged for a recipe for a top-grade wine recipe. It's considered a profit. Go in and grab Wang Chong's child. Bring him back to Prince Muyang's mansion. If he resists, kill him on the spot. As for this young master, no matter where you come from, I'm sure you've heard of Prince Muyang's mansion. If you know what's good for you, leave immediately and don't interfere with the private affairs of Prince Muyang's mansion. We won't make things difficult for you. Chief Steward Qin was very confident when he said this. After all, Prince Muyang's mansion was the absolute overlord of this region. No matter where Yifei came from, he wouldn't be able to suppress Prince Muyang's mansion alone. Yifei naturally understood what Chief Steward Qin meant. Looking at Qian Fang's corpse on the ground, Yifei's eyes flashed coldly. Then, he walked over to Wang Chong, who was still crazily gnawing on Qianzheng's corpse. I'm taking him with me. No, this lowly commoner refused to be a servant of Prince Muyang's mansion. He and his child must die. Chief Steward Qin narrowed his eyes. He was a late-stage Divine Lord expert, one level higher than Yifei's mid-stage Divine Lord. He also had 3 early-stage Divine Lord companions beside him. He could easily crush Yifei to death. Hearing this, the crazed Wang Chong suddenly raised his head in despair and looked at Yifei. However, Yifei didn't say anything. He just moved his body to the side. Chief Steward Qin also revealed a satisfied expression. You are very good. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. If you are willing, I can recommend you to little Prince Muyang. There's no need for a referral. I'll meet little Prince Muyang myself. However, I need a few gifts. I hope you can fulfill my request. Yifei cupped his hands politely. Chief Steward Qin asked subconsciously, what gifts? Boom! Heaven and earth trembled, and the divine cauldron split the sky. Just as a divine lord passed by Yifei and tried to enter the restaurant, the 6 realms ding had already continuously blasted out, smashing the divine lord into meat paste. My gift is your heads. Brat, you're courting death. A divine lord from Wang Mansion had been smashed to death in front of him. Chief Steward Qin was thoroughly enraged. As he raged, a terrifying bloodlight turned into a thick astral saber that swept through the world. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, a layer of frightening crimson flames ignited on Chief Steward Qin's body. Evidently, he had sensed how powerful Yifei was. Thus, Chief Steward Qin had activated his bloodline power from the very beginning in an attempt to instantly kill Yifei. Senior, be careful. Seeing Chief Steward Qin's terrifying astral saber, Wang Chang's courage shattered. Now that his family had been destroyed, he didn't want to see the senior who had helped them die on the spot. However, he was only a puny Empyrean in the end. In a battle between divine lords, let alone interfering, he couldn't even see their movements clearly. The astral saber had already completely swallowed Yi Fei. The remaining two divine lords beside Chief Steward Qin sneered disdainfully. No matter how talented you are, you'll still die if you provoke someone you shouldn't. As they spoke, they had already lifted their feet, intending to enter the restaurant once more. But before they could say anything, a terrifying black gold sword light tore apart the saber lights that filled the skies. With a howl, it cut through the throats of these two divine lords. These two early divine lord masters could only stare on helplessly as their heads tumbled to the ground. Then, a demonic man with a bronze mask stepped on their heads. Until their deaths, they still couldn't believe that they had been killed in an instant. A deep fear flashed in Chief Steward Qin's eyes. Yi Fei was clearly not as simple as an ordinary genius to be able to block his blade head-on and not die. Who are you? Where are you from? Do you know that Wang Muyang's mansion not only has Renzu, but also a quasi-emperor? Why are you making an enemy out of Wang Mansion for a few lowly ants? Chief Steward Qin retreated in horror. Yi Fei's divine black sword kept approaching Chief Steward Qin's throat. Realizing that he couldn't dodge, Chief Steward Qin made up his mind and suddenly ignited all the blood in his body. He swung his saber in an attempt to force Yi Fei back. However, Yi Fei didn't even look at him and allowed the divine lord's blood chi saber to slash through his body. At the same time, his black sword godsword had already slashed through this person's neck with a streak of scarlet blood. With a puff, Chief Steward Qin's head rolled to the ground at Yi Fei's feet, dripping with blood. At the same time, a terrified divine soul rushed out of the broken body and tried to escape into the distance. "Little prince, save!" The cry for help stopped abruptly. A terrifying gate of ghosts and gods suddenly appeared behind Yi Fei. There seemed to be an invisible hand of ghosts and gods that grabbed the throat of Chief Steward Qin's divine soul and dragged him into the gate of ghosts and gods. Accompanied by a mournful roar, Chief Steward Qin's soul had already vanished into thin air. However, Yi Fei did not let off Chief Steward Qin's body. He glanced at Wang Chang, who had been tortured until he no longer resembled a human, and immediately used the Azura Blood Destroyer to ruthlessly refine Chief Steward Qin's bloodline. 6th grade King Kong blood meridians? No wonder this person could become the chief steward of the Wang residence. Wang Chang, open your mind and refine this blood bead. Before Wang Chang could react, Yi Fei had already flicked his finger, and the refined Azura blood bead entered Wang Chang's body. Seeing that Wang Chang was heavily injured, Yi Fei simply took out a large amount of profound veins and used the indestructible sword token to refine them and infuse them into Wang Chang's body. This was Yi Fei's personality. Yi Fei didn't think that he was a good person. If he encountered injustice or people he didn't like, he would kill them. However, if he encountered kind people or lovely people, he would spare no effort to help them. No matter what he did, he would do it according to his nature and follow his heart. This was Yi Fei. With the help of a large amount of profound veins and the Azura blood bead, Wang Chang's broken limbs recovered. At the same time, Wang Chang's body emitted a strong bloodline power. This is bloodline. Wang Chang looked at his body in disbelief. He couldn't believe that there was such a miraculous method in this world that could turn him from an ordinary warrior into a bloodline warrior. However, this was the difference between an ancient god and a mortal. Chapter 2580. Damn it, it's all because I'm useless. It's all my fault. Wang Chang's injuries had healed, and he now had a bloodline. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of happiness. Instead, he was filled with endless pain. In his arms, the person he loved the most had already died, including his unborn child. Seeing this scene, Yi Fei could not help but feel sad. In the beast-marked space, Xiao Qiao had hugged the dragon turtle and cried more than once. However, This was obviously not the time to cry. Although the Wangji restaurant wasn't flourishing, it was still located in a bustling area. Even if Yi Fei could kill Qin Zheng and Chief Steward Qin, the news couldn't be concealed. Perhaps now, there were already people secretly reporting to Prince Muyang's residence and the Qin family. Although he could not bear it, Yi Fei still urged, Wang Chong, now is not the time to be sad. Take your son and leave this place quickly. Son, hearing Yi Fei mention his eldest son, Wang Chong's eyes finally brightened. Although he was in great pain, he could not help but think for his eldest son. Yes, leave. Benefactor, leave with us. You have done us a great favor. We are willing to do anything to repay you. Wang Chong quickly kept his wife's corpse and rushed back to the restaurant to bring the little boy out. Then, the father and son knelt down and kowed out. Yi Fei waved his hand and asked them to stand up. It's fine if you want to do anything. Let your son practice the sword well. If he can master the Taiji sword Dao in 20 years, I will acknowledge him as an in-name disciple. Blackie, protect them now. Leave the city quickly. Yi Fei handed over the dragon turtle. This time, the dragon tortoise did not laze around. Instead, it earnestly placed Wang Chong and his son on its back. Then, it rushed out of Heavenly Dragon City at its fastest speed. Regarding this, the little boy was still somewhat confused. Father, why are we the only ones leaving? Where's Mother? Your mother, she will come back to us soon. Wang Chong's nose twitched. He could not answer this question. He could only hug the little boy tightly and rushed into the distance. Yi Fei also sighed, just as he was about to turn and leave. Xiao Chao suddenly realized something and blinked his teary eyes. Yi Fei then realized that a pill recipe had been stuffed into the gap of his robe. It was the most precious wine brewing pill recipe passed down by Wang Chong's ancestors. Obviously, Wang Chong was afraid that he wouldn't accept it, so he deliberately let the little boy hug him to say goodbye and quietly give it to him. Yi Fei felt a warm current in his heart, but he was also a little depressed. Good wine really isn't that delicious. Of Wang. Yi Fei raised his head and stared at the sky not far away. Over there was already a large group of experts rushing over in anger. Clearly, there were indeed people who wanted to claim credit for the commotion here and quickly reported it to little Prince Mu Yang or the Qin clan. These people were all here to stop Yi Fei and prevent Wang Chong from escaping. Forget it, just based on this pill formula. This Yi will go on a killing spree today. Kill! Yi Fei roared. His bronze mask and scarlet cloak were emitting a terrifying demonic light. He rushed towards the crowd in the sky. Someone on the other side immediately shouted, It's him. He killed Qin Zheng and the divine lord of Prince Muyang's residence. The one who escaped must be Wang Chong. Brat, how dare you kill the people of Prince Muyang's residence? Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying half-martial ancestor aura appeared. It was the personal bodyguard of the little prince, a half-martial ancestor super expert. He was now furious and wanted to kill Yi Fei. Without saying a word, Yi Fei slashed out with his huge black gold divine sword. Not only did it destroy the half-martial ancestor's aura, but it also turned around and attacked the half-martial ancestor with an even more terrifying sword aura. Kill! That half-martial ancestor was not afraid at all. His entire body emitted a terrifying saber aura. That aura was like a burning flame, shattering the heavens and earth. The hearts of countless cultivators trembled when they saw this. What's going on? It actually alarmed half-martial ancestor Tiandao of the Muyang Palace. Rumor has it that half-martial ancestor Tiandao is the strongest divine lord in Prince Muyang's residence. Many sex geniuses have come to challenge him, but they were all killed by him with a single slash. That demonic brat is finished. Once Tiandao appears, who can fight? Boom! An intense sword sound interrupted these people's discussions. In the void, Yi Fei held the black gold divine sword in his hand. Sword light crisscrossed, slicing through the world. Following his will, the sword token could change its size. At this moment, Yi Fei's rage had caused the divine sword to become the size of a mountain. From afar, It looked like a terrifying sword mountain that tore through the void and tore apart half-martial ancestor Tiandao's terrifying saber aura. A Qin family divine lord who was hiding behind the saber aura and wanted to sneak up on Yi Fei was caught off guard. His entire body was cleaved in half from head to toe by the divine sword mountain. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard everywhere. Half-martial ancestor Tiandao, who had come in rage, was given a fright. He had seen many sect geniuses and had even killed many so-called geniuses. However, when faced with Yi Fei, who was only at the mid-stage Divine Lord realm, half-martial ancestor Tiandao felt an inexplicable fear. This caused him to hesitate and not attack again. The young prince who had rushed over from behind immediately revealed a displeased expression. Tiandao, why aren't you attacking? Hurry up and kill this person. This prince is in a hurry to return and have a taste of these Liu family women. TSK, TSK. As he spoke, the young prince of King Muyang's residence pulled over a Liu family woman who had been imprisoned in front of everyone. In front of everyone, he had already plunged his hand into her clothes. The woman was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Her intense anger caused her to bite the young prince. Qin Lang, I'll fight it out with you. Kacha. The woman's voice came to an abrupt halt. Qin Lang, who had been toying with her a moment ago, had broken her neck in the next moment. What a disappointment. This prince is toying with you because he thinks highly of you. Do you still want to resist? Qin Lang's words seemed to be directed at the women he had captured, but in fact, they were also directed at Tiandao and Yi Fei. When Yi Fei heard this, it did not matter. However, as a subordinate of King Muyang's residence, half-martial ancestor Tiandao trembled all over. He knew that Qin Lang was already displeased with his cowardice. Half-martial ancestor Tiandao suddenly revealed a resolute expression. He took out a golden saber and rushed towards Yi Fei. No matter who you are, since the young prince has given the order, Tiandao has no choice but to fight. Chapter 2581. Sword and saber, dual half-martial ancestor Skyblade was enraged. He was an ultimate divine lord existence, and was only half a step away from reaching the Rinzhu realm. As for Yi Fei, he was only at the middle divine lord realm. Although he was a young genius, there was still a gap of 2 small realms between him and half-martial ancestor Skyblade. You don't have the qualifications to judge me, nor do you have the qualifications to judge my saber Dao. All around, all the martial artists with sabers suddenly discovered that their sabers had begun to howl. They were like bloodthirsty beasts that had been awakened from a deep slumber. This was Skyblade. To other bladesmen, Skyblade was the heavens. He was the king of sabers. At this moment, as this king of sabers drew his saber, all the sabers seemed to be attracted. Countless saber spirits cheered for this powerful saber. Yi Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He had to admit that although Skyblade was an accomplice to evil, his saber Dao was still very terrifying. In particular, the saber master's killing intent was a weapon that had been through hundreds of battles. This made Skyblade even more ferocious. When this saber fell, the world was shredded into fragments by the saber light. Then, these fragments also turned into saber light that frantically swept towards Yi Fei. This is my saber. In the past, there were many geniuses like you who challenged me. They all died under my saber and turned into dead souls. This is the saber of dead souls. Woo woo woo. Saber cries, ghost howls. Countless vengeful spirits seemed to appear before Yi Fei's eyes. These are the various powerhouses that had challenged Skyblade and been killed. There were old and young, men and women. They used all kinds of magical abilities and crazily attacked Yi Fei. Skyblade's saber could actually create illusions that were impossible to guard against. Yi Fei finally understood why Skyblade was so confident. Unfortunately, illusions are just illusions. They are not real. You want to use the saber Dao to defeat me? I won't bully you. I will also use the sword Dao. With only the sword, I will not be defeated. The wind rose, and the sword's spirit danced. When a man moves, 10,000 swords tremble. Yi Fei brandished his sword. What he was brandishing was the sword dance of the Nine-Heaven Swordmaster. Although he had only seen it once, Yi Fei had already memorized the sword dance from the height of Sword Dao. The sky has a spirit, and the sword has a soul. As long as the soul is not destroyed, the enemy will not exist. The mighty sword dance pierced through the sky, shaking the heavens and earth. Yi Fei danced with a sword, and the entire world seemed to be moving with his footsteps. All the killing he had experienced along the way all merged into Yi Fei's heart. In the end, the sword transformed into a sword of golden spears and armored horses. This sword tore apart the illusion, and at the same time, it formed a magnificent and terrifying vision in front of everyone. Groups of divine sword light materialized from Yi Fei's sword dance, condensing into many golden deities that formed a military formation. Then, they surrounded Tian Dao, causing an uproar among the countless cultivators. The strongest Tian Dao of the Wang Mansion was actually defeated by a nameless person in one move. Lu Yu, who had been captured, also raised her head with excitement, looking at Yi Fei. Although she could not see Yi Fei's face, she knew that Yi Fei was the person who had killed the family Wang's cultivators on Dragon Emperor Mountain when she saw the bronze mask on Yi Fei's face and the scarlet cloak on his body. Unfortunately, Yi Fei did not notice Lu Yu, as he was fully immersed in the sword dance. It was not the first time that he had performed the sword dance of a Nine-Heaven Swordmaster. However, each time he performed it, Yi Fei would have a different feeling. For example, the Nine-Heaven Swordmaster's dance was a sword of golden spears and armor horses, while the earthly Emperor's spirit's sword dance was endless grief and anger after being defeated. Then, how would his own sword dance be? As Yi Fei danced, he fell into a daze. However, in this daze, a dazzling saber aura slashed towards him furiously. At this moment, Yi Fei's eyes became resplendent. The real sword dance represents one's mood, one's will. Then what is my heart? What is my intention? Yi Fei ignored the terrifying saber aura and fell into deep thought. However, his body reacted automatically. His sword dance suddenly changed from the sword dance of the Nine-Heaven Swordmaster's sword dance to a gentle and fiery one. Zhao Yu, Yi Fei muttered. The change in the sword dance had caused his mood to change along with it. With the change in mood, the sword had also undergone an astonishing change. The surging sword of slaughter had suddenly become a sword of longing. This sword was so soft, yet so tenacious. Heaven and earth could not move it, and neither the sun nor the moon could move it. Boom! Skyblade's revenant blade slashed over. However, to his horror, he found that his attack, which could split mountains and seas, could not cut through Yi Fei's seemingly invisible sword dance. Moreover, feeling the threat from Skyblade, Yi Fei's intense longing suddenly gave birth to a lofty aspiration. A man should strive for self-improvement. A man should kill. My heart is my sword, and my will is the soul of the sword. Kill, Taiji sword dance. Rumble. Under the stimulation of Skyblade, a saber master, Yi Fei's stagnant sword Dao bottleneck suddenly had a huge breakthrough. At this moment, he no longer relied on his natal mystique to display his sword Dao. Instead, he suddenly tried to fuse his natal mystique with his Taiji sword Dao. This was a rather dangerous process. After all, this kind of fusion was to create a martial art mystique from nothing. It was many times more difficult than simply cultivating a martial art mystique. Fortunately, Yi Fei had the undying sword soul, which could greatly improve his comprehension. Beside him, there was also a saber master like Skyblade, who constantly exerted great pressure on him. Under this kind of internal and external pressure, Yi Fei's sword Dao seemed to have gone through a hellish tempering. The Taiji sword Dao was no longer a Dao Lord Mystique. Instead, it was directly upgraded to a divine Lord Mystique. Yi Fei also combined the intent of the Sword of Slaughter and the Sword of Loneliness. This also allowed Yi Fei's newly comprehended Taiji sword dance to possess two terrifying intents of slaughter and loneliness. Faced with this intent, half-martial ancestor Skyblade was horrified to find that the saber he slashed out either dissipated around Yi Fei or was devoured by Yi Fei's strange Taiji sword dance. Suddenly, just as the Taiji sword dance devoured the saber aura to a certain extent, Yi Fei suddenly roared. The Taiji sword dance suddenly condensed into a huge Taiji sword aura that suppressed the world and ruthlessly shattered all of half-martial ancestor Skyblade's saber aura. This is the true Taiji sword dance. Taiji is both offense and defense. Its defense is like the origin of heaven and earth, and its offense is like a thunderbolt. Skyblade, you said that I am not qualified to comment on your saber. It's not that I'm not qualified, but that I don't care. You can't be considered a true saber master. You are just a lackey raised by the nobles. Chapter 2582. My sword is merciless, clang. The golden saber fell to the ground. In this battle of saber and sword, the powerful half-martial ancestor, Heavenly Saber, was defeated by Yi Fei to the point of giving up his saber. He gave up his pride as a bladesman and his dignity as a half-martial ancestor. The crowd was shocked. Even little Prince Muyang was startled. Then he was enraged. Prince Qinlang's face turned ashen. After all, Prince Muyang's residence was the overlord of this area. If they could not take down Yi Fei with so many people, the prestige of Prince Muyang's residence would be damaged. Of course, what made Qinlang most dissatisfied was Heavenly Saber's attitude. Heavenly Saber, are you crazy? Why would you lower your cultivation to compete with a saber and sword Dao when he is a half-martial ancestor? Hurry up and use your half-martial ancestor cultivation to take him down. I want him to kneel before me and hand over that wine-brewing pill recipe. Prince Muyang had many children and had very good wine. Qinlang had tasted the wine of Wangji restaurant before. It was better than the wine of Prince Muyang's residence. If he gave it to Prince Muyang as a birthday gift, he would definitely steal the limelight of his other siblings. Qinlang was determined to obtain it. Hearing Qinlang's words, a large group of Prince Muyang's residence guards surrounded Yi Fei again. Yi Fei ignored these guards and looked coldly at Heavenly Saber. Earlier, he did not kill Heavenly Saber because Heavenly Saber had suppressed him and allowed him to comprehend the Taiji sword dance. If Heavenly Saber refused to come to his senses, he would not mind killing him. Heavenly Saber, why are you still not fighting? Bring out your half-martial ancestor might. Qinlang berated impatiently from behind. However, this time, Heavenly Saber did not attack. He did not even look at the golden saber on the ground. Instead, he suddenly cupped his hands at Yi Fei. You are right. I'm not a bladesman. I was only a lackey of the nobles in the past. If my heart is not sincere, how can my saber kill the enemy? Thank you for your advice. When I master my saber technique, I will definitely fight you again. Goodbye. A powerful saber aura appeared beneath Skyblade's feet. At this moment, Skyblade ignored Qinlang and rode on his saber, charging into the void in the distance. From now on, Skyblade is no longer a member of the prince's mansion. Little prince, you have done all kinds of bad things. Turn back now. The number one saber of the Divine Lord realm in the Muyang Palace had abandoned Qinlang just like that. The departing Skyblade was no longer a lackey, but a king of sabers that stood tall between heaven and earth. This scene shocked everyone, and they looked at Yi Fei with fear in their eyes. Defeating a Divine Lord was nothing to be afraid of, but defeating his opponent and making his opponent concede wholeheartedly, causing his opponent to abandon his saber and leave. Even Mini Rinzu could not compare to him. Then, people noticed Yi Fei's realm. He was only a mid-stage Divine Lord, but he was able to subdue a half-progenitor. Even the arrogant Qinlang's expression changed a few times. He stared coldly at Yi Fei and shouted, Who exactly are you? Do you know that the Muyang Palace is a member of the Red Dragon Divine Dynasty's imperial clan? Offending us is the same as offending the Red Dragon Divine Dynasty. Qinlang's words made the nearby warriors even more shocked. Who didn't know about Qinlang's evil reputation? If one offended this person, it was possible that one's entire family would be annihilated. But now, he was speaking to Yi Fei in such a polite manner. "You are not qualified to know who I am. The elixir recipe for brewing wine is in my hands. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, then scram." A special elixir recipe appeared in Yi Fei's hand. Seeing the elixir recipe, the Qin family's martial artists, who had rushed over after hearing the news, were horrified. "It's really the elixir recipe for drunken dragon incense. That's Wang Chang's family heirloom. How could he be willing to give it away? Little prince, what should we do now? He's alone, but there are so many of us." At the mention of drunken dragon incense, the Qin family's patriarch's eyes inevitably flashed with greed. He was not fond of wine, but many of the nobles in the Red Dragon Divine dynasty loved wine. Many of them were even addicted to it. A good elixir recipe for brewing wine was the best chance to curry favor with the nobles. Not only did the Qin family not want to give up, Qin Lang, who had been humiliated, turned pale on the spot. However, Qin Lang still had some brains. Seeing that even the strongest Skyblade had been defeated by Yi Fei, if he continued to fight, he would definitely suffer great losses. It might even endanger his life. Without saying anything, Qin Lang immediately turned around and left. The Qin family's patriarch was stunned on the spot. The guards of the Wang family were also stunned. This was obviously not Qin Lang's usual style. At this moment, Lu Yu suddenly gathered her courage and broke the seal on her body. She shouted at Yi Fei, "Senior, be careful. Qin Lang is a sinister person. If he leaves now, he will definitely inform Renzu of the Wang family and let Renzu deal with you. It's her." Under the bronze mask, Yi Fei's expression was a little strange. He did not expect Lu Yu to be so unlucky. She had almost been killed by the family Wang on Dragon Emperor Mountain. Now, she was captured by Qin Lang. From the looks of the prisoners, she was obviously in a miserable situation. "Bitch, what nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Lang retreated in order to advance. He had indeed planned to pacify Yi Fei and then send someone to follow Yi Fei. Then, he would secretly inform Renzu of the Wang family to come and kill Yi Fei. However, his plan was exposed by Lu Yu. Qin Lang was so furious that he actually grabbed a war saber from one of his followers and slashed at Lu Yu. He actually wanted to kill Lu Yu on the spot. From this, it could be seen how vicious and cruel Qin Lang's nature was. A cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. The immortal sword soul directly locked onto Qin Lang with a destructive sword intent. "If you move, my sword will be merciless. How dare you? I will no longer fight with you for the elixir formula. She's my prisoner. If I want to play with her or kill her, it's my business. What does it have to do with you?" Qin Lang was angry and hateful. His pale face was completely twisted. Lu Yu's face turned even paler when she felt the blade on her body. "Senior, please save my Lu family. I am willing to be your slave to repay you." "Shut up." Qin Lang was afraid that Lu Yu would say something unfavorable to him. Suddenly, he was emboldened. He gathered his blade energy and was about to kill Lu Yu. Lu Yu was so frightened that her legs turned to jelly. She turned her head and looked pleadingly at Yi Fei. Yi Fei was speechless. However, he remembered that they were in the cave. If Lu Yu did not speak, he and the other low-level martial artists would not be able to enter the cave to avoid the demonic rain. Behind him, the immortal sword soul let out a violent sword cry. The destructive divine sword light shrouded the entire area. Kill. The Qin family head had been waiting for this moment. Although Yi Fei had defeated Skyblade, he was only one person. He did not believe that he could not kill Yi Fei and seize the elixir formula with so many experts of the Qin family and the divine lords of the Wang mansion present. Bam! The Qin family head's palm landed on Yi Fei's back smoothly. It was so smooth that he could not believe it. Then he was overjoyed. "Haha kid, you're dead. I am a late-stage divine lord. Now that I have launched a sneak attack, I don't believe that I can't kill you." Boom! Boom! A shocking purple-gold divine light appeared. The light broke through the sky like a mysterious ball of light and completely enveloped Yi Fei. Ancient god golden body, purple gold Taiji. Chapter 2583. Ancient Emperor Testing Grounds. That kind of shaking caused the Qin family's patriarch to suddenly feel a great fear in his heart. His palms suddenly changed direction, from slapping Yi Fei's back to blasting towards the ghost god's gate that had appeared. Boom! The palm of a late-stage divine lord was so powerful that it could turn a mountain range into dust. However, the terrifying thing was that such a powerful strike couldn't shatter the gate of ghosts and gods. Instead, a pitch-black cauldron of ghosts and gods appeared within the gate of ghosts and gods. The cauldron emitted a dazzling 9 underworlds light, as though a ghost god had walked out of hell. The Qin family patriarch suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. His palm that could shatter a mountain range had exploded when it came into contact with the cauldron of ghosts and gods. His physical body exploded as well. Only his divine soul was illuminated by the gate of ghosts and gods. His soul suddenly turned into a stream of light and fell into the 9 underworlds hell. Devil. He is a true devil. The rest of the Qin family warriors were instantly thrown into chaos. They couldn't believe that their most powerful patriarch wasn't a match for the masked youth in front of them. What was even more terrifying was that they couldn't see clearly what had killed their patriarch amidst the intense purple-gold light. A terrifying mist of blood had already exploded in the void. "Let him go," Yi Fei shouted coldly. Qin Lang's hand, that was already on Lu Yu's neck, couldn't help but tremble. The other divine lords of the royal palaces were even more shocked. Without waiting for Qin Lang to speak, they had already grabbed Qin Lang and frantically retreated. "We can give him to you. However, if you dare to harm the little prince, the royal palace of Muyang will not rest until you are dead. No, we can't let him go. He destroyed my Lu family and killed all my men. He even wanted to humiliate my women. Senior, we can't let him go." Lu Yu shouted at Yi Fei with hatred written all over her face. Yi Fei's expression was cold. "The Lu family's matters have nothing to do with me." Previously, he had helped because Lu Yu had reminded him and exposed Qin Lang's plan against him. However, this didn't mean that he would take the risk of going against the royal palace of Muyang to help Lu Yu. He had already done his utmost benevolence by saving her and these women's lives. "Take care of yourselves." Yi Fei did not pursue Qin Lang. Instead, he sheathed his sword and planned to leave. In the distance, a large black tortoise was flying over at high speed. Clearly, it had already safely escorted Wang Chong and his son out of the city. Yi Fei planned to jump onto the dragon turtle and leave. This scene left Lu Yu completely stunned. She had thought that Yi Fei had helped her twice because he fancied her beauty and wanted to possess her, just like other men. But now, it seemed that this demonic senior had no such intentions. He was truly temperamental. Lu Yu felt despair in her heart. But in this despair, there was also a trace of madness. "Senior, even if you don't like my looks, are you willing to fight for the training ground left behind by an ancient emperor?" Lu Yu shouted at Yi Fei. Hearing this, Qin Lang and the others who had already escaped far away were shocked. Yi Fei subconsciously stopped in his tracks. An ancient emperor was an existence that was only second to the ancient gods. The training ground left behind by such an expert was naturally very small. "Are you sure that it was left behind by an ancient emperor?" Yi Fei returned to Lu Yu's side. Lu Yu also cut her face and swore a blood oath. "I can swear that the training ground was discovered by my Lu family. Later on, we sold it to the royal palace of Muyang and other major forces. Unexpectedly, we offended the family Wang. The family Wang was worried that our Lu family would be put in an important position by the royal palace, and it would affect their status in Sky Dragon City. Therefore, they tricked the old ancestor and slayed the dragon with the Dragon Emperor Mountain to destroy our Lu family. If that's the case, why did the royal palace of Muyang do this to you?" Yi Fei was confused. Lu Yu's eyes were filled with resentment. "Because the royal palace of Muyang found out that there was a real dragon's blood pool hidden in the Dragon Emperor Mountain. Qin Lang wanted to fight for it, but when he went there, he found out that the blood pool had dried up. The family Wang took the opportunity to bewitch Qin Lang, saying that it was our Lu family's fault. That bastard Qin Lang was greedy for more clues about the ancient emperor's training ground, So he purposely destroyed our entire family. As she spoke, the ladies of the Liu family hugged each other and cried. Yi Fei also felt awkward. After all, he was the one who caused the real dragon's blood pool to dry up. He didn't expect that the Liu family would be implicated because of this. Yi Fei smiled bitterly in his heart. It seems like the royal palace of Muyang has no choice but to become a mortal enemy. However, a cultivator should act according to their nature and never back down in the face of any difficulties. If I'm afraid of offending a small royal palace of Muyang, how am I going to fight against the imperial sky in the future? Boom! A strong murderous intent suddenly appeared on Yi Fei's body. Qin Lang's face turned pale when he felt this murderous intent. The other divine lords of the royal palaces were also shocked. They didn't expect that Yi Fei would really dare to become a mortal enemy of the royal palaces. Quick, protect the prince and break out of the encirclement. Boom, boom, boom. 3 divine lords of the royal palaces suddenly abandoned most of the guards of the royal palaces. They only brought Qin Lang with them and fled towards the direction of Family Wang in Sky Dragon City as fast as they could. Sky Dragon Family Wang, prove your loyalty to the royal palaces. Send your entire family out immediately and stop that young demon king. What? Our family Wang has to step in? In the crowd, the warriors of Sky Dragon Family Wang were all pale. Although Family Wang was powerful and had 2 late Divine Lord ancestors, the remaining Family Wang's ancestors were scared out of their wits when they saw the Qian family head being killed in one move. How could they dare to stop Yi Fei? However, if they didn't stop him, the wrath of the royal palaces would definitely implicate the Family Wang. In the end, this Family Wang's ancestor could only roar in despair. He rushed out of the crowd with a resolute attitude towards Yi Fei. Kill! During the trip to Dragon Emperor Mountain, Family Wang's overbearingness and treachery had left a bad impression on Yi Fei. Facing these 3 Family Wang's ancestors, Yi Fei naturally wouldn't show any mercy. The Ghost God's Gate appeared behind him once again. Then, a huge Ghost God's Cauldron appeared and crushed the body of this Family Wang's ancestor. Then, Yi Fei didn't stop. The huge Azure Dragon's wings appeared on his back, and he quickly approached Qin Lang. The 3 divine lords beside Qin Lang were very loyal. They actually burned their blood together and attacked Yi Fei. Their super skills all hit Yi Fei's body. However, to their despair and shock, their super skills couldn't break through Yi Fei's ancient god golden body. Instead, Yi Fei took the opportunity to break through their defense and directly landed in front of Qin Lang. Don't kill me. I don't want to. Boom. Chapter 2584. 3 forces following Qin Lang's death. The remaining immortal lords lost all hope. They stopped attacking Yi Fei and dashed off in different directions. Yi Fei had no intention of chasing after them. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but it would be a waste of time. Furthermore, he had only agreed to help Lu Yu kill Qin Lang. There was no need for him to continue chasing after the other immortal lords. Qin Lang's head is here. Now, can you tell me the secret of the ancient emperor testing grounds? Yi Fei asked calmly. Lu Yu's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The ancient emperor testing grounds is inside Dragon Emperor Mountain. Lu Yu revealed an extremely shocking piece of news. Yi Fei had never expected that the real dragon's blood pool that he had obtained wasn't the most precious thing in Dragon Emperor Mountain. There was actually an ancient emperor testing grounds hidden inside. Even Xiao Chao's heaven and earth divine, I couldn't detect it. Either the testing grounds were hidden too well, or the ancient emperor was too powerful. He was so powerful that even Xiao Chao's heaven and earth divine, I couldn't detect it. Is what you said true? Yi Fei suddenly looked coldly at Lu Yu. This news was simply too shocking. Absolutely true. Senior, didn't you interrogate the immemorial demonic dragon about her origins when you subdued her? Back then, my Lu family patriarch saw the immemorial demonic dragon appear out of thin air in Dragon Emperor Mountain. That was how he deduced that there was another space in Dragon Emperor Mountain. After he entered, he realized that it was a testing grounds left behind by the ancient emperor. However, that testing grounds were only open to young, immortal lords below Renzu. My patriarch couldn't enter, so he ordered his family to secretly sell the news to other major forces. My patriarch then joined forces with the family Wang to capture the immemorial demonic dragon and obtain her dragon blood. Lu Yu's words were getting more and more shocking. Yi Fei finally realized that the immemorial demonic dragon hadn't told him the truth. She had concealed the most important news about the ancient Emperor testing grounds. It seems like I have to make another trip to Dragon Emperor Mountain. Do you know the exact entrance to the ancient Emperor testing grounds? Yi Fei asked again. Lu Yu shook her head. I'm not sure. Only the progenitor knew about it. Unfortunately, the progenitor was killed at the Dragon Emperor Mountain. However, for the other major forces, it was a different story. Soon, they will arrive. At that time, the entrance to the training ground will be exposed. After saying that, Lu Yu looked at Yi Fei expectantly. Yi Fei's expression changed. Now that he had killed Qin Lang, he had become a mortal enemy of the Muyang Palace. If he continued to stay here, he would only sink deeper and deeper. Moreover, Lu Yu's goal was not simple. She wanted to use him to become an enemy of the Muyang Palace and indirectly avenge the Lu family. When he thought of this, Yi Fei's eyes turned cold. He no longer looked at Lu Yu's eyes and waved his hand in the distance. The dragon turtle had already brought back all the interspatial belts of the dead divine lords. It looked very satisfied. This interspatial belt is for you. Take it and leave Sky Dragon City as soon as possible. Yi Fei gave the interspatial belt of the progenitor of the family Wang to Lu Yu. Then he kept the other interspatial belts. Seeing Yi Fei give away the interspatial belt so casually, the dragon turtle was heartbroken. It quickly carried Yi Fei and soared into the sky. Then, it headed towards the Dragon Emperor Mountain again. Although he knew that the trip to the Dragon Emperor Mountain would be dangerous, the ancient Emperor testing grounds was too tempting. Since he was out to train, Yi Fei naturally did not want to miss out on such an opportunity. Of course, after leaving Sky Dragon City and making sure that no one was following him, Yi Fei took off the bronze mask and crimson cloak. Then, he changed into the black robe again. Even his cultivation realm was suppressed to the early Divine Lord realm. In this way, as long as he did not use the martial skills that he was good at, no one would know that he was the one who killed the little prince of the Muyang Palace. However, before that, I still need to cultivate a few martial skills that I can use. Yi Fei thought for a while. The only martial skills that he had not revealed were the Big Dipper Magical Fist and the Imperial Dipper Celestial Handle that he had not had the time to cultivate. Yi Fei found a large number of treasures, dark veins and dark stones in the interspatial belts of Qin Lang and the others. However, Yi Fei was slightly disappointed that he did not find any martial skills. However, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were very happy. All the shiny treasures were collected by Xiao Qiao. As for the elixirs, they were all eaten by the dragon turtle. After entering the Dragon Emperor Mountain, Yi Fei found a random cave and set up a restriction. Then he started cultivating inside. This time, he was cultivating the Imperial Dipper Celestial Handle. During the days when Yi Fei was cultivating, the news of the ancient Emperor testing grounds appearing in the Dragon Emperor Mountain spread to the major forces through special channels. At the same time, the news of little Prince Muyang being killed by a young man from the demon sect in Sky Dragon City was also spread. It was said that on the day of Qin Lang's death, the major cities under the control of the Muyang Palace set off firecrackers at the same time to celebrate Qin Lang's death. However, the Muyang Palace was furious. In just one night, more than 10 masked martial artists were caught and sent to the prison to be tortured. Within one day, Heavenly Dragon City was completely sealed off. They started searching for traces of the culprit, especially Wang Chong and his son who had interacted with Yi Fei and Lu Yu. They became the main targets of the Muyang Palace. Unfortunately, they realized that something was wrong. Lu Yu had already escaped, and Wang Chong and his son had already left the Muyang Palace. 3 days later, a large number of young experts came to Sky Dragon City. Even the Myong Palace had to lift the ban and allow these young Sir Gods to come to the Dragon Emperor Mountain. Among these young Sir Gods, there were three strongest forces. They were the Myong Palace, led by the seventh prince of the Myong Palace, Qin Ba. This person had a domineering personality. He had a strong back and a strong waist. He was very powerful and talented in martial arts. He was also the leader of the Myong Palace and was highly valued. The second force was the Heavenly Fate sect in the Myong Palace. This time, the one who came was the son of the Heavenly Fate sect master, Zhongming. Due to the strength of the Heavenly Fate sect, they could even compete with the Myong Palace. The relationship between the Heavenly Fate sect and the Myong Palace was not good. When both sides met at the Dragon Emperor Mountain, Zhongming could not help but mock, "Qin Ba, you are not in Sky Dragon Mountain to catch the murderer of Qin Lang. Instead, you are here to compete for the ancient emperor's testing grounds. Don't you care about your family?" "Humph, it is because I care about my family that I am here. My Myong Palace has received reliable information that the murderer of Qin Lang has also come to the Dragon Emperor Mountain. If he is hiding in the mountain and I find him, I will destroy his entire family." Qin Ba, as his name suggested, was extremely tyrannical. Although he said he wanted to capture the culprit, he was actually secretly threatening to exterminate the entire Heavenly Fate sect. Hearing those words, Zhongming's expression instantly became extremely ugly. Chapter 2585. Initial Heavenly Dipper Realm, Qin Ba. Since the Wang Mansion is unable to find the culprit, the Heavenly Fate sect will help you. You won't blame me for being a busybody, right? Zhongming smiled happily. If the Heavenly Fate sect was able to catch the culprit, it would be a slap to the Wang Mansion's face. Qin Ba's expression abruptly changed. However, before he could say anything, another dazzling sword light came from the other side of the sky. It was another group of divine emperors. The leader was also a young divine emperor. He was in high spirits and had a pair of peach blossom eyes. Seeing this person, Qin Ba and Zhongming's expressions changed. "Golden Dragon Hall, Jean Bupo. I heard that you went to the Imperial City. When did you come back?" "Not long ago. I just came back a month ago. I didn't expect to encounter such an opportunity in the ancient emperor testing grounds. Jean Bupo, naturally have to come and try my luck. You guys quickly seal off the Dragon Emperor Mountain. I will enter the mountain with Brother Qin and Brother Zhong to find the culprit," Jean Bupo said in an imposing manner. The Golden Dragon Hall was also very powerful. One of their daughters had married into a super ancient clan in the Imperial City. This gave Jean Bupo the confidence to face Qin Ba and Zhongming. Aside from the three major forces, there were also experts from other smaller forces that came from afar. They gathered at the entrance of the Dragon Emperor Mountain. Although they weren't as strong as the three major forces, they had the advantage in numbers. However, Yi Fei, who was immersed in his cultivation, didn't know about all this. After hiding in the cave of the Dragon Emperor Mountain, he started to cultivate the Imperial Celestial Handle. Thanks to the Qi of the True Dragon in the True Dragon Pool, Yi Fei was able to obtain the Qi of the True Dragon. This Qi was the best foundation for cultivating the Imperial Celestial Handle. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that those who had the Qi of the True Dragon would be able to cultivate the Imperial Celestial Handle with half the effort. It would take them a few days to a few months to cultivate it. However, if they didn't have the Qi of the True Dragon, they would need a few years or even decades of hard work to cultivate it. Not only that, for the Royal Dipper Heavenly Art, the stronger one's destiny is, the more terrifying the might they would be able to unleash when cultivating it. Hence, the Royal Dipper Heavenly Art has always been reserved for those of noble birth. Yi Fei thought of this. A flash of determination appeared in his mind. Although his background wasn't noble Imperial Celestial Emperor Mountain, Yi Fei, he was stronger than them in terms of talent, comprehension, and willpower. What he lacked now was only time and opportunity. I must find a way to enter the training ground of the ancient emperor and try my luck. In the Imperial Celestial Dipper, must be formed as soon as possible. Celestial Dipper, condense. Rumble, rumble. As Yi Fei condensed the heavenly dipper, the entire cave shook. Of course, such a commotion could not be hidden from the three great forces, especially Qin Ba, whose expression changed drastically. Someone is cultivating in the Dragon Emperor Mountain. I mean is in underscore, to kill dragon sect to dissect. Only the three of us can fight for the Imperial Celestial Emperor's opportunity. Anyone else who enters will be killed. Jin Bubao's face was filled with killing intent. His words were meant for the other martial artists outside the mountain. These martial artists were all young monarchs from small factions. They wanted to enter to try their luck, so Jin Bubao naturally wouldn't allow it. Zhongming nodded his head coldly. Suddenly, he ordered the elder behind him. Third elder, go in and capture the hidden demonic cultivator. Yes, young sect master. Bastard, it's not your turn to capture the culprit. I want to capture him personally. Qin Ba's face changed. If the Heavenly Fate sect caught the culprit of the Wang Mansion, it would be more humiliating than Qin Lang's death. Qin Ba immediately took the initiative and charged into Dragon Emperor Mountain. At this moment, Yi Fei's extreme monarch Celestial Dipper had reached the most critical point. Rolling waves of sovereign qi gathered around his body, forming a special kind of Dipper Qi. This Dipper Qi was the Qi of a true dragon, the Qi of Son of Heaven, the Qi of an emperor, the Qi of a sovereign. When the Imperial Qi gathered on his body, it would transform into a special Imperial Celestial handle. This Imperial Celestial handle was different from the saber handle, sword handle, and spear handle. It was the Imperial Celestial handle. This was the Imperial Celestial handle that was above all other types of qi. Normal qi couldn't match it. Realizing that he had already formed this Imperial Celestial handle, Yi Fei wasn't willing to give up. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in his mind. I've seen Lumo's Imperial Celestial handle turn into saber handle, spear handle, and even fist handle. Now that I can't use my sword Dao, can I use the Big Dipper Mystical Fist to form the Imperial Celestial handle? This Imperial Celestial handle would definitely be stronger than normal fist handle. Yi Fei immediately sat down cross-legged and planned to deduce it. At this moment, in the beast-marked space, Xiao Qiao was hugging the dragon turtle and rolling around in a pile of shiny treasures. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao sensed something and hurriedly gestured to Yi Fei. Yi Fei immediately woke up from his cultivation. It's not Renzu. It's a godly lord. And it's a group of young godly lords? Could it be that those big factions are finally going to start the ancient emperor trials? Boom! The restriction outside the cave was suddenly broken by someone. Yi Fei immediately frowned. However, he wasn't wearing his mask now. His martial skills and mystiques were also very different. He was also very skilled and daring, so he directly walked out. Who dares to disturb my cultivation? Fu! Is this person the one who killed Qin Lang? Qin Ba's clothes fluttered as he looked coldly at a godly lord behind him. This godly lord happened to be one of the godly lords who escaped a few days ago. He widened his eyes and stared at Yi Fei for a while before shaking his head. I'm not sure. At that time, that demon was wearing a bronze mask. It was obvious that he was deliberately hiding his identity. Then do you recognize his martial skill? Qin Ba ignored Yi Fei and continued to ask coldly. The godly lord behind him immediately nodded with reddened eyes. I recognize it. I can recognize it even if it turns to ashes. Very good. Since that's the case, look carefully. Kill. Emperor Qin, break the formation. Without giving Yi Fei any chance to speak, Qin Ba attacked with a saber. A terrifying saber aura turned into a rain of blood as it slashed towards Yi Fei's vitals. From this, it could be seen how tyrannical Qin Ba was. In Yi Fei's opinion, this person was completely unreasonable and had no regard for human life. No wonder when I killed Qin Lang, I sensed that many cultivators were secretly happy. This King Muyang residence is really too tyrannical. Yi Fei secretly shook his head. However, the speed of his attack wasn't slow at all. Resplendent stars suddenly burst out from Yi Fei's body, forming a special Big Dipper. It continuously bombarded Qin Ba's saber aura. Qin Ba's saber aura suddenly changed. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, constantly splitting and killing. Yi Fei was also shocked. That was clearly Tian Dao's saber technique. It seems like Tian Dao imparted his saber technique to this person. However, Tian Dao still held back. The saber technique he imparted to Qin Ba clearly has some flaws. Chapter 2586. Identity exposed. When Yi Fei made his move, the Divine Lord also stared at Yi Fei's figure, feeling that it was somewhat familiar. However, when he saw Yi Fei charging towards the astral blade, the Divine Lord was so frightened that his face turned pale. "Prince, be careful. He has a terrifying golden body, Big Dipper chain." Unexpectedly, Yi Fei didn't use the familiar golden body of the ancient god. Instead, he continued to use the Big Dipper mystical fist. Terrifying fist lights with starlight, like comets, smashed towards the place where the astral blade was most concentrated. That place should be where Qin Ba's saber technique was the strongest. Ordinary cultivators definitely wouldn't dare to rush towards that place. However, Yi Fei was different. He had seen Tian Dao's saber art. Naturally, he was able to tell with a glance that Qin Ba's saber art, which seemed to be the strongest, actually hid the greatest flaw. When Yi Fei's fist smashed towards that place, the saber art that filled the sky instantly exploded into countless chaotic streams of air, causing the void to buzz. Qin Ba's face was also extremely ugly. He was tyrannical by nature and loved to use the saber. Qin Ba especially liked the feeling of cutting his opponent into two with one slash. Therefore, Qin Ba wasn't the most hedonistic person in the prince's mansion, but he was the most cruel. In the past, there were many sabersmen who were training with him that were cruelly killed by him. However, Qin Ba had also comprehended a unique saber technique from the endless slaughter. Before the starlight that filled the sky bombarded down, Qin Ba suddenly roared. The saber in his hand suddenly became as large as a mountain, as if a mountain was collapsing. It furiously slashed towards Yi Fei. It was very similar to Tian Dao's soul of the dead saber, but it was colder and bloodier than Tian Dao's. When the astral blade appeared, Yi Fei could faintly see countless vengeful spirits wailing within the astral blade. Yi Fei's expression also turned grave. He pushed the Big Dipper mystical fist to the limit, continuously colliding with Qin Ba's astral blade. No matter how heavy Qin Ba's astral blade was, it couldn't slash at Yi Fei's body. It could only continuously collide with Yi Fei's astral fist and consume its energy. How is this possible? Jin Bubao and Zhou Ming both looked at Yi Fei in astonishment. Qin Ba's strength was obvious to all of them. But now, there was actually someone who could compete with Qin Ba and not be at a disadvantage. This person was definitely not a nameless person. However, no matter how hard Jin Bupo and Zhou Ming racked their brains, they could not figure out Yi Fei's background. After all, Yi Fei was not from the Red Dragon Divine Court, but the Red Moon Divine Court, which had declined. No, Qin Lang died under the sword, not the fist. Who the hell are you? Use your sword. Kill. Let's fight for supremacy. Qin Ba's clothes suddenly exploded, and his entire body was ignited with blood-red flames that soared to the heavens. In order to force Yi Fei to use his true innate ability, Qin Ba had ignited his own bloodline. Furthermore, it was an extremely powerful 10th grade bloodline. Just by looking at this bloodline, Zhou Ming and Jin Bupo, who currently only had 9th grade bloodlines, could not help but feel jealous. However, what shocked them the most was Yi Fei. Not wanting to expose his own bloodline, and not wanting to be defeated by Qin Ba, Yi Fei quickly made a decision. The Big Dipper Divine Fist became even more resplendent. At the same time, Yi Fei also tried to release the Imperial Celestial Dipper Divine Fist for the first time. Then, something that both shocked and surprised him happened. The Imperial Celestial Dipper Divine Fist actually merged with the Big Dipper Divine Fist without any resistance. The starlight that filled the sky also merged with the mysterious Imperial light. The ordinary Dipper Divine Fist also turned into a heavenly Dipper. Faintly, there seemed to be the power of the heavenly Tao that merged with the stars. This also caused Yi Fei's Big Dipper Divine Fist to suddenly rise to a new level. Even without using his bloodline, Yi Fei's Big Dipper Divine Fist, which had merged with the Imperial Celestial Dipper Divine Fist, once again shattered Qin Ba's Dipper Divine Blade cleanly. This is impossible. King Qin's struggle for supremacy is the strongest blade of my Wang Mansion. Even Sky Blade could not withstand it. How can you withstand it? Qin Ba seemed to have lost his soul. When he looked at Yi Fei, his eyes faintly flashed with a beast-like ferocity. Kill! A beast-like roar came from his mouth. Qin Ba raised his blade once again, and his bloodline burned even more fiercely. He wanted to use all his strength to fight Yi Fei. Jin Bupo and Zhong Ming, who were beside him, did not care about the fact that they were not on good terms with each other. They hurriedly rushed forward and stood between Qin Ba and Yi Fei. Brother Qin, you can't do this. Do you know who he is? Senior brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We have misunderstood your identity. We apologize to you. Jin Bupo did not have the slightest bit of arrogance. He even revealed a very kind smile. It was hard to believe that this person was the one who ordered people to seal the mountain and wanted to kill anyone who entered the mountain. Seeing Zhong Ming and Jin Bupo's strange behavior, Qin Ba was not stupid. He quickly realized that something was wrong. Zhong Ming, Jin Bupo, do you know this person? We don't know him, but we know that he is using the Imperial Celestial Dipper Divine Blade. Jin Bupo coldly glanced at Qin Ba. He even seemed to be rejoicing in Qin Ba's misfortune. Hearing this, Qin Ba's expression changed. He no longer looked at Yi Fei with hostility. Instead, he squeezed out a smile and looked at Yi Fei apologetically. It is indeed a misunderstanding. So you are actually from Imperial Sky. Yi Fei was speechless as he looked at the three people whose attitudes had changed. In the beast-marked space, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were also in a daze. Clearly, they did not know how to react. Seeing Yi Fei's indifferent expression, Qin Ba was a little nervous. After all, the power of Imperial Sky was unimaginable. Even the Crimson Dragon Divine Dynasty had to submit to Imperial Sky and accept their orders. What about his small King Muyang residence? In a fit of rage, Qin Ba slapped the monarch god who reported the news to the ground. Bastard, you actually misunderstood the disciple of Imperial Sky and killed Qin Lang. Seventh Prince, it's a misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. This subordinate has made a mistake. The one who killed the little prince was not him, but someone else. At this moment, this divine lord didn't dare to tell Qin Ba that no matter if it was Yi Fei's figure or the way he fought, they were all too similar to the demonic cultivator. Most importantly, the divine ability Yi Fei used was completely different from the demonic cultivators. This also made him not dare to make a judgment. Zhong Ming and Jin Bupo even apologized to Yi Fei once again. May I know senior brother's name? Why did you come down from Imperial Sky? If there is anything that we can help you with, please feel free to speak. The two of them did not do this because they were afraid of Yi Fei. Instead, they hoped to befriend Yi Fei so that they could obtain a chance to enter Imperial Sky. After all, Imperial Sky was a huge force. They even commanded the Crimson Dragon Divine Dynasty and the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty. There are also countless sects and families that submitted to them. They offered sacrifices and tributes every year. In return, Imperial Sky would also select the most outstanding disciples from these subordinate forces to enter Imperial Sky every once in a while. At this moment, Zhong Ming and Jin Bupo wanted to befriend Yi Fei so that they could enter Imperial Sky. Chapter 2587. Will of Space, that's right. I'm from Imperial Sky. Master ordered me to keep a low profile when I'm training in the mortal world. I didn't expect you guys to recognize me. Yi Fei shook his head and sighed again. However, he was secretly observing their reactions. However, Qin Ba and Zhong Ming didn't doubt his words at all. Instead, Jin Bubao's expression changed slightly. However, he quickly put on a smile and nodded his head. I see. All right, senior brother, are you interested in the ancient emperor testing grounds as well? Are you coming alone, or are there other Imperial Heaven senior brothers coming as well? Upon hearing this, Qin Ba and Zhong Ming's expressions turned slightly nervous. After all, there was only one ancient emperor testing grounds. If they were targeted by Emperor Sky, they wouldn't have a chance to fight for it. However, they wouldn't be willing to give up on it. Yi Fei had been in the Earth Domain and Heaven Domain for a long time. Naturally, he could tell that Jin Bupo was trying to sound him out. Then he had an idea. Although Lu Yu told me the exact location of the ancient emperor test grounds, she did not know the exact location of the entrance. Since the three of them have misunderstood me, why don't I take the opportunity to disguise myself as someone from Imperial Sky and sneak in to seek an opportunity? With that in mind, Yi Fei still cautiously asked Xiao Chao in his mind, Xiao Chao, help me check if Renzu is hiding nearby. Xiao Chao opened his eyes and looked around, indicating that there were only Sir Gods around. He did not sense Renzu's aura. Yi Fei immediately felt relieved. He had the ancient god's golden body and the ghost god cauldron. As long as he did not face Renzu, who was too strong, he had nothing to worry about. Yi Fei smiled and said, as the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Since everyone is here for the ancient emperor test grounds, why don't the four of us enter together and try our luck? With these words, Yi Fei revealed two pieces of information. Firstly, he had to enter the ancient emperor testing grounds. Secondly, there were no other people from the Imperial Sky in the vicinity who would come to fight for this opportunity. Jin Bubao and Zhong Ming were not idiots. They immediately understood what Yi Fei meant. Although Qin Ba was unhappy with Yi Fei's status as an Emperor Sky expert made it impossible for him to refuse. He could only nod his head and say, sure. Brother Yi, Brother Qin, and Brother Zhong, the ancient Emperor testing grounds must be extremely dangerous. Instead of fighting on our own, why don't we put aside our differences and work together for the time being? If we obtain any treasures, we can either take what we need or split them equally. Jin Bubao suggested. All right, I agree. Just like Jin Bubao, Zhong Ming also wanted to befriend Yi Fei from Emperor Sky. Naturally, he would not object. I agree. Considering that they still needed 3 people to search for the entrance to Emperor Sky, Yi Fei nodded his head and said it was not a good time to fall out with them. In the end, only Qin Ba was left. His face was ghastly. Unfortunately, Yi Fei and the other 2 had already teamed up. Qin Ba was naturally not foolish enough to isolate himself. In the end, he nodded his head and said, let's not delay any longer. Let's enter the testing grounds now. With that, Qin Ba took the lead and flew into the depths of Dragon Emperor Mountain. The Sir Gods who followed the 3 of them did not enter. Instead, they stood in different directions and guarded the path into Dragon Emperor Mountain. Yi Fei was secretly glad that he had successfully cultivated the Imperial Celestial Handle and caused Jin Bubao to misunderstand him. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to sneak in with the many Sir Gods guarding outside the mountain. The actions of the 3 forces had angered many martial artists outside the mountain. Unfortunately, no one dared to criticize them. After all, no one dared to offend the 3 forces around Sky Dragon City. He's still not here. Among the crowd, a lady muttered in disappointment. That lady was Lu Yu. She had told Yi Fei about the ancient emperor testing grounds because she had selfish motives. She hoped to see Yi Fei and King Muyang's mansion get into a conflict. It would be best if Yi Fei and King Muyang's mansion fought to the death. That way, she could achieve her goal of taking revenge. Unfortunately, the person that Lu Yu was looking forward to did not appear. Looks like that demon cultivator is a little cunning. He knows that the 3 forces will definitely send a large number of troops to guard this place. Therefore, he gave up on the ancient emperor's opportunity and refused to show himself. Who knows if that demon is scared of our King Muyang's mansion and has fled in fear. Some of the divine emperors from the king's mansion showed disdain and disdain. However, these divine emperors who were gossiping and Lu Yu, who was hiding, didn't know that the devil they were disappointed in and despised was currently chatting with Qin Ba, Jin Bubao, and Zhongming in a strange cave. This cave was very ordinary. It was just like an ordinary beast's lair. Xiao Chao secretly opened his eye of heaven and earth, but did not see any clues. Qin Ba coldly pointed at the cave and said, "The true dragon's lair is here. Enter this lair, and you will be able to enter the ancient emperor's testing grounds." Boom! As he spoke, Qin Ba took out a drop of dragon blood and flicked it into the cave. Yi Fei was also surprised to see that when the drop of dragon blood entered the cave, it actually caused a series of ripples in the air. Then, a translucent door of light appeared from within the cave. There's another cave within this cave. Moreover, the two caves are actually overlapping. Only the true dragon's blood can open them. Zhongming's face was filled with shock. Xiao Chao's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Fei shook his head and smiled bitterly. The ancient emperor's methods are indeed extraordinary. He can actually make two different spaces overlap. This requires an extremely high comprehension of the will of space. There are many kinds of martial wills. For example, Yi Fei's will of bloody battle and the undying sword soul were both very powerful divine wills. However, other than these conventional wills, there were also some very special wills, such as the will of flame and the will of ice. These wills had different abilities and were extremely difficult to comprehend. However, once comprehended, the battle that erupted from them was more terrifying than most divine wills. Among them, the wills of space and time were especially special. This was also the reason why Xiao Chao's eye of heaven and earth didn't notice anything unusual. The perfect overlapping of spaces was too brilliant. It also proved that the ancient emperor who had set up this testing grounds was very powerful. This ancient emperor is very likely to be a spatial ancient emperor who is proficient in spatial divine wills. Qin Ba said emotionally. His eyes flashed with a fiery passion. However, Qin Ba didn't step into the space first. Instead, he suddenly extended his hand and made an inviting gesture to Yi Fei. "Brother Yi, you are from Imperial Sky, and your status is more honorable than ours. You should be the first to enter this testing grounds." When Zhongming heard this, he wanted to object. However, Jin Bubao, who was beside him, suddenly gave him a look. The two of them didn't make a sound and looked at Yi Fei's reaction. However, they saw that Yi Fei didn't say anything. He only took large strides and walked towards the ancient emperor testing grounds. Qin Ba's expression couldn't help but become serious. He didn't ask Yi Fei to enter first simply out of courtesy. It was a test. After all, Yi Fei's timing was too coincidental. Imperial Sky's identity was just a one-sided statement. Qin Ba wanted to test him again. However, the result of the test made Jin Bubao and Zhongming feel that Yi Fei was wrong. Chapter 2588. Demonic Dragon's Tribulation. Looks like he's from the Imperial Sky. I'm pretty sure he's from the Imperial Sky. I'm afraid he's going to get the most out of this battle for the treasure. Qin Ba was a little discouraged. Although he was an overbearing person, he knew that the Imperial Sky was not to be offended. That might not be the case. If the three of us work together, he might not be able to get the upper hand, even if he's from the Imperial Sky. Jin Bubao suddenly said to the other two through telepathy. Qin Ba and Zhongming looked at Jin Bubao in surprise. Zhongming was even more confused. Jin Bubao was the one who befriended Yi Fei first. Now, Jin Bubao was the one who was plotting against Yi Fei. This Jin Bubao is not simple. Yi Fei walked in front not because he was brave, but because he had Xiao Chao with him. He could observe the three's expressions at any time. However, when Xiao Chao told Yi Fei that Jin Bubao and the other two were plotting something behind his back, Yi Fei secretly paid attention to them. Then, Yi Fei walked into the space quietly. Jin Bubao was the second, and he quickly rushed in. Seeing this, Qin Ba and Zhongming did not ask any more questions. They could only keep their heads down and rush in as well. The scene inside the cave made Yi Fei feel incomparably shocked. This was a world of dragons. There were powerful, immemorial flood dragons everywhere. Some of them were the Lord of Heaven, some were Taoist lords, but most of them were divine lords. Seeing these flood dragons, the dragon turtle was so scared that its black mouth turned pale. After all, the dragon turtle clan and the flood dragon clan were natural enemies. The dragon turtle was strong and could prey on the flood dragons. Similarly, the flood dragons could prey on the dragon turtle. Oh my God, there are so many demonic dragons. Could it be that the owner of this training ground is an ancient emperor of the dragon clan? Jin Bubao, Qin Ba, and Zhou Ming rushed in at the same time and saw the shocking scene in front of them. Now, Yi Fei believed that the immemorial demonic dragon from the Dragon Emperor Mountain had escaped from this place. However, he soon had a question in his mind. If that demonic dragon could escape, why can't the demonic dragons here? Brother Yi, look, there's a stone tablet. Jin Bubao suddenly discovered something and rushed in a certain direction. Along the way, his body kept passing through the demonic dragons. There was an overlapping space. As Yi Fei suppressed his shock, and together with Qin Ba and Zhou Ming, they dashed towards the stone monument that Jin Bubao had discovered. There were actually divine inscriptions inscribed on the stone monument, but Qin Ba and Zhou Ming couldn't understand them. Yi. Yeah. Little Grass widened her eyes and looked at the huge stone tablet. She also felt dizzy looking at it. Yi Fei did not say anything and promised on the spot, "Later, I will buy all the candied haws in Tianlong City." Yi, Xiao Chao's fighting spirit sword. Her eyes were burning with flames as she stared at the stone tablet. At this moment, Jin Bubong's voice came from the front. "I recognize this divine rune. It says that this place is a world within a world. After passing through this stone tablet, we will enter the world within a world. The ancient emperor has set a test for us. Whoever passes the test will be able to obtain the ancient emperor's inheritance. Then, is there any danger in entering the ancient emperor's space inheritance? Is there anything we need to pay attention to?" Qin Ba and Zhou Ming asked together. Jin Bubao looked at the stone tablet from top to bottom and shook his head seriously. "It doesn't say anything. It only says that if we can defeat the demonic dragons guarding outside and enter the dragon palace, we'll obtain the inheritance." Yi. Xiao Chao raised his head in surprise and looked at Jin Bubao. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He asked abruptly, "Does it say what the demonic dragons need to do to leave this place?" "It's not written on the tablet either," Jin Bubao said dejectedly. Qin Ba and Zhou Ming looked hesitant. How could they dare to enter without knowing anything? After all, they're still young and they're already divine monarchs. Their future will be bright. At this time, Jin Bubao gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it. Brother Yi took the lead previously. Let me do it this time. The will of space is too rare, especially since it's a test left behind by the ancient emperor of space. I don't want to miss it." After saying that, Jin Bubao was the first one to charge towards the stone tablet. That stone tablet was actually the entrance to the two overlapping spaces. Qin Ba and Zhou Ming were also excited. Jin Bubao has always cherished his life. If he dares to enter, how can we be inferior to him? Brother Yi, what do you think? Enter. Yi Fei's eyes flashed. He knew that if he didn't enter first, Qin Ba and Zhou Ming wouldn't be at ease. He might as well do the same as Jin Bubao, rushing towards the stone monument. Behind it was an incomparably vast space, or perhaps it would be more appropriate to call it a world. Demonic dragons were everywhere. These demonic dragons had no other source of food. They could only reproduce and devour each other. These demonic dragons were fighting and killing each other at every moment. Yi Fei couldn't feel the stench of blood until he passed through the stone tablet and entered this world. Only then did he know what it meant to be savage and bloody. Roar. All the demonic dragons in this world let out loud dragon roars when they noticed that there were intruders. Their roars were filled with killing intent and excitement. Someone has entered. According to the ancient legends, whoever can kill the intruders will be able to escape from this cruel cage. Kill all these people. I want to eat human flesh. Scram, these people are mine. No one is allowed to snatch them. The loud dragon roar formed terrifying mental distracting thoughts and attacked the souls of Yi Fei and the other three like a hurricane. Zhong Ming, who was the weakest among them, immediately screamed. He clutched his head and desperately burned his bloodline to resist the dragon roar of the many demonic dragons. Qinba's body was covered with saber energy. Layers of saber light even shattered the sound waves. Only then did he manage to resist the roars of over 100 divine, Lord demonic dragons. Quick, the only thing we can do now is to work together and fight together. Only then will we be able to kill our way out of the demonic dragons and rush into the dragon palace in the distance. A strange shield appeared on Jin Bubao's body. The shield could actually block the sound waves around them. Among the three of them, Jin Bubao was the only one who wasn't affected by the sound waves. Yi Fei couldn't help but take a deep look at Jin Bubao. However, the hundreds of divine lord demonic dragons forced Yi Fei, Qinba, and Zhong Ming to join forces with Jin Bubao. Kill Big Dipper Divine Fist. Dazzling starlight suddenly appeared on Yi Fei's body. The starlight fused together to form 7 ancient stars. These stars were the Big Dipper. Chapter 2589. Dragon's Sacrifice. As soon as the dragons came into contact with the giant ladle, they began to feel dizzy and fell from the sky. These dragons have strong cultivations, but their strength isn't too strong. This attack allowed Yi Fei to determine that these demonic dragons only had the advantage in numbers. However, after being imprisoned in this space for so long, the demonic dragons' martial arts and mystiques couldn't make any big breakthroughs. There were even demonic dragons that didn't release divine lord mystiques, but Dao lord mystiques. However, throughout history, the strongest demonic beasts weren't mystiques, but their physical bodies. This was especially true for these demonic dragons. Most of them had primordial bloodlines, and they would devour each other. Their physical bodies would mutate and become even stronger. There was even a faint layer of bloody light around them. This bloody light was the resentment produced when the demonic dragons devoured their own kind. What's going on? My wheel of destiny can't display much power. Beside Yi Fei, Zhong Ming released his own wheel of destiny, which had turned into the wheel of destiny. This was also the strength of the Heaven's Fate sect. They could condense their own cultivation into special weapons. For example, the fate wheel of the sovereign realm could become the wheel of destiny. The heavenly bridge of the Lord Heaven realm could become the divine bridge of heaven and earth. At this moment, Zhong Ming was standing on the heavenly bridge, waving his wheel of destiny. However, the result wasn't satisfactory. No, this isn't as simple as its power. These primordial demonic dragons aren't just devouring each other to fill their stomachs. They devour their own kind and condense a kind of blood-fiendish aura. Yi Fei was shocked. He had cultivated the Imperial Celestial Dipper, which was condensed from true dragon providence. Since he could use true dragon providence to condense the Imperial Celestial Dipper, then these demonic dragons could also devour each other and condense a large amount of dragon providence into a special demonic dragon heavenly dipper. However, the formation of this heavenly dipper was very cruel. Thinking of this, Yi Fei once again looked in Qin Ba's direction. However, he discovered that Qin Ba wasn't affected too much. His blade techniques were originally derived from slaughter. Not only were they ferocious, they were also cruel. He actually continuously brandished his blade, cutting a demonic dragon that approached him in half. Everyone, be careful. These demonic dragons are born with blood, astral energy. It is difficult to injure them. If you want to break through, you must rely on your own divine power or divine weapons. Jin Bubong's voice came from further away. He was the first to enter and suffered the most attacks from the dragons. However, he was very calm. The strange round shield in his hand was some kind of treasure. As he activated his dark force, the shield kept spinning around him, blocking the dragons from getting closer. It was as if Jean Bupo already knew the weakness of the dragons. Yi Fei was even more puzzled. However, before he could think carefully, he discovered that a simple siege wouldn't be able to deal with Yi Fei and the others. The frenzied dragons suddenly let out loud dragon roars. These dragon roars gathered together and formed a terrifying sound wave that tore through the void and shattered the stars. The rolling sound wave was accompanied by an invisible spiritual attack that ruthlessly crushed over. It wasn't just the divine lord dragons that were roaring. The other heavenly lords, Tao lords, and even the weakest young dragons, old dragons, injured dragons, and sick dragons suddenly went berserk and let out the most terrifying dragon roars of their lives. When these dragon roars gathered together, an illusory, divine dragon appeared between heaven and earth. Jin Bubong, Qin Ba, and Zhongming's expressions were filled with extreme shock. Yi Fei, who had learned shaman arts, was even more shocked. Not good. This is the heaven and earth sacrifice. These immemorial demonic dragons are like gods. They all know the forbidden shaman arts to summon ancient heroic spirits. Boom! Yi Fei's scalp was about to explode. On the celestial demon mountain, he had once summoned the earthly emperor's spirit, which scared the Crimson Moon ancient emperor so much that he could only flee. If this group of demonic dragons summoned another terrifying primordial divine dragon, then they could only wait for their deaths. Finally, Yi Fei did not dare to hesitate any longer. In an instant, he activated the frenzied demon battle technique, causing himself to fall into a frenzied demonic state, which also multiplied his attack power. Rumble. As Yi Fei entered a frenzied demonic state, 7 huge stars suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. These stars were highly condensed. Suddenly, they were like 7 divine mountains that smashed down on the chanting dragons. Roar! A powerful blood-red light suddenly appeared among the dragons. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a thick aura chi that blocked Yi Fei's fist of the North Star. Yi Fei's expression changed. He suddenly roared, and the imperial celestial handle merged into the 7 stars like a layer of rosy clouds. Jin Bupo, Qin Ba, and Zhongming's eyes lit up when they saw this. Brother Yi, hang in there. We're coming to help you. Great golden radiance slash. Jin Bupo's round shield danced, and countless sawteeth appeared on it. These sawteeth spun at a high speed and charged at the dragons. Emperor Qin's struggle for supremacy. Qin Ba's saber was like a wall that pushed forward layer by layer. He was like an emperor who stepped onto the peak of his empire. Beside him, Zhongming suddenly ignited his bloodline and summoned a magnificent bow. He drew the bow and shot a series of terrifying fire rain at the dragons. Finally, under the joint efforts of Yi Fei and the other 3, a huge hole was blasted in the dragon formation formed by the immemorial demonic dragons. Countless demonic dragons were killed by the explosion. However, these demonic dragons didn't seem to know what death was. Their chanting didn't stop. On the contrary, the corpses of the dead demonic dragons suddenly gathered together and formed a flesh altar on the ground. What is this? Qin Ba and Zhongming's limbs turned cold. Yi Fei, who had personally summoned the earthly emperor's heroic spirit, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. These demonic dragons are doing this on purpose. Not only are they devouring their own kind, they're using their own kind's death as a sacrifice to the heavens and earth to summon the mystical dragon heroic spirit. As for the divine dragon, it was a natural ruler. It was incomparably powerful. If one was summoned, everyone present would have no chance of survival. Seeing this, Zhongming already had the intention to retreat. He began to turn around, wanting to return to the stone tablet. But very quickly, Yi Fei noticed that the core of this group of dragons was where the stone tablet they had entered from was. That was where the most powerful immemorial demonic dragons were gathered. It was almost impossible to break through. We are trapped here until we die. Qin Ba's expression was cold and murderous. His saber was trembling. However, Jean Bupo's calm voice came from afar. No, we're not trapped here. As long as we rush into the Dragon Hall, we still have hope. Brother Yi, Brother Qin, Brother Zong, let's join forces again and rush through. All right. With no way out, Yi Fei decisively punched again. The Big Dipper mystical fist and the Imperial Celestial Dipper shone with dazzling starlight as they smashed the demonic dragons in their way into pieces. Chapter 2590. Falling out, Yi Fei frowned at the sight. Didn't the three of them know that the more dragon corpses they killed, the stronger the power of the heaven and earth sacrifice would be, and the faster the mystical dragon heroic spirit would be summoned? However, it was difficult for Yi Fei to transmit his voice amidst the dragon roars, let alone warn them. Yi Fei couldn't be bothered to warn them when he thought about Jean Bupo's strange behavior. After all, he wasn't familiar with the three of them, and even Qin Ba was his enemy. Given the current situation, let's enter the Dragon Hall first. Yi Fei looked at the void in the distance, where the power of the heaven and earth had already torn space apart. Vaguely, there was an ancient dragon aura that seemed to be awakening from time and space. That dragon aura was the mystical dragon heroic spirit. When the heroic spirit was awakened and broke through time and space, it would be the end of the four of them. If they didn't want to die, they could only use all their means to rush into the Dragon Hall. Kill. Yi Fei didn't hold back anymore. While he was in a frenzy, he also released his bloody battle intent, causing his fighting spirit to soar even higher and his concentration to become even more focused. Many of the demonic dragons that were struck by his Big Dipper mystical fist didn't die. Instead, they shrieked and fell from the void. Although Yi Fei's speed might be reduced by this, every dragon that died meant that the mystical dragon heroic spirit's summoning time would be extended by a little. If this continued, Yi Fei could still hold on until the mystical dragon heroic spirit appeared and rushed into the Dragon Hall. Qin Ba, Zong Ming, and Jean Bupo were even faster. It was unknown what kind of tacit agreement they had reached, but they abandoned Yi Fei at the same time. The three of them joined forces and burned their blood as they rushed into the Dragon Hall at the fastest speed possible. Along the way, the three of them killed countless dragons. Layers of corpses fell to the ground, forming a thick layer that was absorbed by the flesh altar. Yi Fei was shocked to find that the flesh altar was growing larger and larger. It was faintly connecting with the void. Xiao Chao's face instantly turned pale. The heaven and earth divine, I looked through the void and vaguely saw the shadow of a huge mystical dragon. It seemed to break through time and space, projecting an ancient projection and descending into this world. Xiao Chao squeak squeak. Xiao Chao grabbed the dragon turtle's neck and straightened its tail. He was so nervous that his palms began to sweat. The dragon turtle rolled its eyes and trembled, almost collapsing into a ball. Just the dragon chi that leaked out could frighten the dragon turtle, who had the blood of an 8th-grade demonic dragon, to this extent. It could be seen how terrifying the mystical dragon heroic spirit in the void was. Yi Fei's forehead was not sweating, but his entire body was covered in cold sweat. Knowing that he had to go all out, Yi Fei suddenly roared and no longer concealed his earthly emperor bloodline. The blood flame that was full of demonic nature burned on Yi Fei's body, causing Yi Fei's speed to suddenly increase tremendously. He began to accelerate, even ignoring the dragon flames that were spewing out from the surrounding demonic dragons. He rushed desperately toward the Dragon Hall, not far away. He also has a 10th-grade bloodline. Qin Ba was a little shocked, while Zong Ming was a little dazed. Due to their familiarity with each other, the three of them temporarily formed an alliance with Jean Bupo's help despite being enemies. They even decided to abandon Yi Fei and rush into the Dragon Hall first. The three of them even secretly planned to use Yi Fei's strength to restrain the demonic dragons outside. However, as Yi Fei burned his blood and rushed toward the Dragon Hall without hesitation, not only did Yi Fei not fall behind, but he also rushed to the front. Jean Bupo's expression suddenly changed, and he roared ferociously. Qin Ba, Zhongming, what are you waiting for? The mystical dragon heroic spirit is about to be summoned. If we don't burn our blood now, we will all die. Boom. A layer of pale yellow blood flame appeared on Jin Bupo's body, followed by Qin Ba and Zhongming. They also burned their blood, especially Qin Ba, who had a 10th grade bloodline. His talent was not inferior to Yi Fei's, and he also had the advantage of being the first to enter the Dragon Hall. As Qin Ba burned his blood, he was the first to rush into the Dragon Hall before Yi Fei. Yi Fei was the second to rush into the Dragon Hall, and the third to rush into the Dragon Hall was actually Zhongming. The most mysterious Jin Bupo was the last to rush into the Dragon Hall. However, Jin Bupo was not discouraged by this. Instead, his expression became even more ferocious. Almost at the moment when Zhongming entered the Dragon Hall, a golden spear pierced through the air and ruthlessly pierced Zhongming's chest. Ah! Zhongming screamed. He turned around in disbelief and looked at the golden spear in Jin Bupo's hand. You bang! Zhongming's body exploded into pieces the moment he was about to step into the Dragon Hall. Soon, Zhongming also merged into the flesh altar, causing the altar to become even more blood-red. A terrifying dragon's roar seemed to resound in the void. That was the roar of the divine dragon, and also the roar of the heroic spirit. However, this roar could not hide the shock in Yi Fei's heart. He looked at Jin Bupo, who was carrying the blood-dripping divine spear and was the third to rush into the Dragon Hall. I don't understand. You tried to curry favor with me at the beginning, saying that you wanted to join forces with me. However, you secretly formed an alliance with Qin Ba and Zhongming and deliberately left me behind. Now, you killed Zhongming. Why did you do that? Jin Bupo shook the blood off his divine spear and looked at Yi Fei gloomily. He said coldly, "It's simple. My Jin family was the first to discover the ancient emperor testing grounds. However, to enter the testing grounds, I couldn't kill my way in alone. Therefore, I needed a few companions who were not weaker than me, nor stronger than me. In the vicinity of Sky Dragon City, only Zhongming and Qin Ba had such companions. The two of you were worthy of my use." Hearing this, Qin Ba's face was instantly filled with murderous intent. So, the Liu family is your people? You controlled the Liu family and deliberately used them to spread the news of the ancient emperor testing grounds to us? Haha, the Liu family? My Jin clan disdains to control such a small and mediocre family clan. We just set up a trap and sent people here to die on purpose so that we could release the immemorial demonic dragon and let outsiders discover it. We originally planned to use the Wang family. After all, that would be more trustworthy. We didn't expect the Liu family to be the first to discover it. But that's good too. In the end, you were still tricked into coming here. How about it, Brother Qin, Brother Yi? A mocking smile appeared on Jin Bupo's face. Those words caused Qin Ba's expression to become extremely unsightly. The battle blade in his hand emitted a furious howl. Yi Fei also took a deep breath. Indeed, the secret realms weren't scary. The scariest thing was the people within the secret realms. Jin Bupo's scheme was indeed vicious and scary. He first used the Liu family and caused their destruction. Then, he used Zhongming and Qin Ba, including himself, to enter the secret territory. With the help of the 4 great experts, they successfully broke into the Dragon Palace. Finally, he launched a sneak attack and killed Zhongming, eliminating the weakest threat. Chapter 2591. Imperial Edict. Jin Bubad, you do indeed have some tricks up your sleeve. However, are you not afraid that Qin Ba and I will join hands and ruin your plan? Yi Fei took a deep breath. Although Jin Bubad's methods were vicious, it wasn't as if he had no way to deal with it. For example, he could join forces with Qin Ba and they would still be able to turn defeat into victory. Hearing this, Qin Ba also subconsciously walked towards Yi Fei with the intention of joining forces. Qin Ba, you must think this through clearly. Actually, you and I are not enemies. On the contrary, the person that you want to ally with is your true enemy. Jean Boubao suddenly said coldly. Hearing this, Qin Ba was stunned. He looked at Yi Fei and then at Jean Boubao cautiously. What do you mean? Nothing. I'm just curious. Brother Yi, since you're from the Imperial Sky, can't you tell that the token I'm wearing is actually the symbol of the Imperial Sky's outer court? Said Jean Boubao proudly as he pointed at his waist. On his waist, there was a special white jade medallion. That was the medallion that belonged to the outer sect of the Imperial Heaven sect. When Qin Ba saw that medallion, fear appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected that Jean Boubao had already joined the outer sect of the Imperial Heaven sect. After that, Qin Ba suddenly realized that something was wrong, and he stared at Yi Fei with extreme vigilance. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. I can't believe I gave myself away here. However, there's something I'm very curious about. Since you know I'm a fake, why didn't you expose me when we were outside? Instead, he wants to cover up my identity and allow me to enter the ancient Emperor test grounds? Yi Fei wasn't the only one who was puzzled by this. Even Qin Ba was looking at Jean Boubao with a puzzled expression. Shaking the spear in his hand again, Jean Boubao smiled coldly and said, It's simple. Zhong Ming is dead, and I need a scapegoat to bear the wrath of the Heavenly Fate sect. Originally, I wanted to use Qin Ba as a scapegoat, but your appearance changed my mind. Compared to Qin Ba, a fake Imperial Sky disciple like you is more suitable as a scapegoat. Moreover, with your strength, my chances of passing the trial will be higher. All right, Qin Ba, I forgot to tell you one thing. The person in front of you is the young devil who killed Qin Lang. Jean Buhua's words shocked Qin Ba and Yi Fei once again. Qin Ba's eyes fiercely stared coldly at Yi Fei. Is what he said true? You're the one who killed Qin Lang. You're the devil cultivator who went against my prince's mansion? If you have a mind to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Yi Fei denied flatly, but he was secretly surprised. His fake identity of the Imperial Sky was exposed because he did not recognize the symbol of the Imperial Sky. If that was the case, how was his real identity exposed? A victorious smile appeared on Jean Buhua's face. Are you surprised that I know your real identity? It's simple. Do you remember the immemorial demonic dragon that you let go? In order to protect the child in her belly, she easily sold out all the information about you. Only then did Yi Fei remember the immemorial demonic dragon that he had met when he first entered the Dragon Emperor Mountain. Back then, seeing that the immemorial demonic dragon had helped him find the real dragon blood pool and was pregnant, he could not bear to kill it. Therefore, he let the immemorial demonic dragon go. Unexpectedly, it became a clue that exposed his identity. Thinking of this, Yi Fei could not help but ask, what happened to the immemorial demonic dragon? Of course, I killed her. That bastard killed my cousin and was lucky enough to escape from this training ground. Since I've finished using her, I naturally have to skin that bastard and the vile spawn in her womb and use them as offerings to my cousin's soul in heaven. Jean Buhua's face was cold, and he suddenly shouted at Qin Ba. Qin Ba, don't you want to kill this person to avenge Qin Lang? I will give you a chance now. Kill him, and I will let you go. If you don't kill him, I will kill you. Boom! As he spoke, a golden scroll suddenly appeared in Jean Buhua's hand. Qin Ba could not help but exclaim, The Imperial Sky Decree. This decree was issued by the Imperial Sky and was more effective than the Imperial Decree of the Divine Dynasty. After all, there were still people who dared to defy the Imperial Decree. However, the Imperial Sky Decree represented the Imperial Sky. Even the Emperor of the Red Dragon Divine Dynasty would not dare to defy it, let alone the small Muyang Mansion. As the Crown Prince of the Muyang Mansion, Qin Ba naturally could not defy it. He knew that Jean Buhua, an outer disciple of the Imperial Sky, was determined to obtain the opportunity in the ancient Emperor testing grounds. Qin Ba was filled with anger and anger as he transferred all of his anger onto Yi Fei. It's all your fault. If you did not kill Qin Lang, I would not have suffered such humiliation today. Yi Mo, prepare to die. The blade light was like lightning as it slashed towards Yi Fei. Jean Buhua, who was beside him, sneered as he raised his divine spear and stabbed it towards Yi Fei. Jin Buhua's motive was simple. He would first kill Zhong Ming and eliminate the weakest competitor. Then, he would expose Yi Fei's identity and force Qin Ba to fight Yi Fei to the death. Finally, he would use the Imperial Sky Decree to suppress Qin Ba. In this way, the opportunity in the ancient Emperor testing grounds would belong to him alone. Qin Ba also understood this point. However, due to the existence of the Imperial Sky Decree, he was unable to resist. The humiliation and anger caused Qin Ba's blade light to go berserk. Layers of space crumbled under Qin Ba's blade light. Before the void could recover, the light from Jin Buhua's divine spear was already whistling through the air like a golden python as it stabbed towards Yi Fei. At this critical moment, Yi Fei could no longer care about hiding his strength. Sword light shone from his body as the undying sword token suddenly turned into a huge sword mountain that could destroy the heavens and earth. It collided with Qin Ba's divine blade. At the same time, Yi Fei's free left hand suddenly clenched into a divine fist. The resplendent stars along with the special Imperial Sky Dipper once again turned into the Big Dipper and smashed it forward. Boom, boom, boom. Under the continuous bombardment of Yi Fei's divine fist and Imperial Sky Dipper, Jin Buhua's divine spear was actually pushed back. It was like a giant python that was being smashed into pieces. Jin Buhua's expression changed drastically. How can his true strength be so strong? No matter how strong he is, he must die for offending my King Muyang Palace. Qin Ba's blade light blazed even more fiercely. In the midst of the battle, he suddenly took out a special elixir and popped it into his mouth. Qin Ba's strength immediately increased explosively. The battle blade in his hand released a flaming blade light that could shatter stars. Wherever the blade light passed, the void would collapse and countless terrifying cracks would appear. At the core of the crack, Jin Bupo stood with his spear in hand. Although he didn't have a special elixir that could increase his combat strength like Qin Ba, he had a trump card in his hand. That trump card was the Imperial Heavenly Edict. This thing wasn't as simple as an edict. It was also imbued with a trace of an ancient emperor's seal. When Jin Buhua unfurled the Imperial Sky Edict, the heavens and earth seemed to have frozen. Yi Fei was even more surprised to find that under the pressure of the ancient emperor's seal, his sword light and fist light seemed to have sunk into a quagmire and became incomparably slow. Chapter 2592. Divine Dragon Spirit Qin Ba, kill him. Jin Bubao ordered coldly. Qin Ba had the Royal Sky Edict in his hand, and he was also an external disciple of the Royal Sky Empire. Qin Ba had no way to resist at all. He could only roar in rage and unleash his strongest astral saber attack. In an instant, the wails of 10,000 ghosts could be heard as the aura of death gushed towards Yi Fei. In the end, the astral saber completely devoured Yi Fei. Dead? Qin Ba gripped his battle blade tightly as he panted heavily. That blade was his strongest attack. Jin Bubao's face was filled with joy. Then, his gaze turned strange as he stared coldly at Qin Ba's back. Since he could control the Imperial Sky Edict and suppress Yi Fei's speed and mystique, he could naturally suppress Qin Ba as well. As long as Qin Ba died, Jin Bubao would reign supreme in the ancient emperor's trial grounds. Silently, unbreakable Jin had already raised his divine spear. At this moment, Qin Ba's expression also revealed a shocked expression. This is impossible. You actually didn't die, Rumble. Not only did he not die, under the protection of the golden body of the ancient god, Yi Fei was completely unharmed. He used his own body to block Qin Ba's strongest soul-severing slash. Jin Bubao's expression turned ugly. He raised his divine spear and suddenly changed direction. With the luster of a golden python, he suddenly stabbed towards Yi Fei. At the same time, a trace of the Imperial Sky astral force appeared on his body, causing the might of his spear to become even stronger and more terrifying. Just now, he had relied on this spear to launch a sneak attack and kill Zhong Ming in a single strike. Unfortunately, Jin Bubao was facing Yi Fei this time. Not only did he have the ancient god's golden body, but he also had the ghost god's cauldron. Since Jin Bubao and Qin Ba wanted Yi Fei's life, Yi Fei naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for death. He used the ancient god's golden body to neutralize Qin Ba's strongest attack. At the same time, he summoned the ghost god's cauldron. The ghost god's cauldron smashed into Jin Bubao's divine spear. The divine spear instantly crumbled. Jin Bubao's hands were shattered by the ghost god's cauldron, leaving behind dark red bloodstains. Qinba, what are you waiting for? Let's join forces and kill this man. Jin Bubao was both shocked and enraged. He opened up the imperial heavenly edict in his hand once again. Instantly, the might of an ancient emperor burst forth once again. Yi Fei also immediately felt that the divine ghost cauldron he had hurled out had become much more sluggish under the might of the divine ghost cauldron. And at this critical moment, Qin Ba roared in anger as another strange pill appeared in his hand. Yi Fei was very familiar with this elixir. It was the realm burst elixir that Zhan Feng and Nailan Shui had used in the city of divine kings. Consuming this elixir would temporarily raise a martialist cultivation base by a level. They would temporarily break through to Rinzhu from a divine lord. This was why Qin Ba had dared to enter this training ground. With the Realm Burst Elixir, he could unleash an attack comparable to Rinzhu's at any time. This was enough to disdain anyone of the same cultivation base. However, this time, Qin Ba didn't attack Yi Fei. Instead, his divine blade suddenly changed direction and slashed towards Jin Bubao. This was completely beyond Jin Bubao's expectations. Even Yi Fei looked at Qin Ba in surprise. There is no such thing as an eternal enemy, only eternal benefits. Jin Bubao, do you really think that you can order me around just because you have the Imperial Sky Edict? You are too naive. Qin Ba's merciless face was reflected in the dazzling blade aura. Just like Jin Bubao, he was determined to obtain the opportunity to enter the ancient emperor testing ground. Even though Jin Bubao had taken out the Imperial Sky Edict, he still couldn't threaten Qin Ba. Just as Jin Bubao used the Imperial Sky Edict to trap Yi Fei's body, Qin Ba's blade aura mercilessly split Jin Bubao's body in half from head to toe. The excruciating pain made Jin Bubao's only intact head contort malevolently. Qin Ba, how dare you kill me? How dare you defy the Imperial Sky Edict? Ha ha ha. So what if I defy it? There are only you, Yi Fei, and I here. After I kill you and Yi Fei, who would know that I was the one who defied the Imperial Sky Edict? I can completely shift the blame to you, Yi Fei, Zhongming, or anyone else. Qin Ba's eyes were as red as blood. The terrifying blade aura had already reached Jin Bubao's head. With a flip of his hand, he also split Jin Bubao's head in half. The only thing that wasn't split in half was the Imperial Sky Edict that was controlled by Jin Bubao. At this moment, the Imperial Sky Edict had fallen into Qin Ba's hands. Qin Ba was in high spirits as he held the Imperial Sky Edict in one hand and continued to suppress Yi Fei's speed and mystique. His other hand was already holding the divine saber that was dripping with blood. He stared at Yi Fei with extreme cruelty. I don't want to kill a lowly commoner like you. Compared to killing you, you have a crueler and more painful way to die. That is to force you out of the Dragon Hall and let the primordial Fey dragon and the mystical dragon heroic spirit outside devour you alive. Boom! Boom! The ghost deity cauldron emitted the brightest light. Yi Fei's expression was cold as he stood on the ghost deity cauldron and slashed in all directions with his sword. He wanted to shatter the void and break out of the cage. However, his movements were fast. Qin Ba, who had swallowed the Realm Burst pill and had the Imperial Sky Edict in his hands, had an even more terrifying battle strength. At this moment, Qin Ba had released the full power of the Imperial Sky Edict. The surrounding space was compressed and distorted. At the same time, this pressure evolved into an even more terrifying repulsive force that pushed Yi Fei. Even with the ghost deity cauldron, Yi Fei couldn't withstand this terrifying force. Yi Fei's figure was forcefully pushed out of the dragon hall and landed outside. At this moment, there were countless Fey dragons prostrating on the ground around the dragon hall. They were all extremely pious as they looked at the blood and flesh altar outside the dragon hall. That altar was filled with Fey dragon corpses. At the same time, the essence, blood, and flesh of countless Fey dragons have been sacrificed and transmitted into the void, summoning a 5-clawed golden dragon. This golden dragon had been summoned from an ancient time and space. It seemed to have experienced an intense battle. Its scales were shattered and its dragon blood was like fire, adding to its ferocity and terror. It's you who offended the dragon's might. Rumble. The 5-clawed golden dragon's voice was like heaven and earth as it came from the void. Its dragon body stretched out and was thousands of meters long, like a huge mountain range. With a light slap of its dragon claws, layers of the void had already shattered. Yi Fei felt as if his breathing had stopped, and he had difficulty breathing. Without a sound, his ancient god golden body had already shattered, and he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. This was the divine dragon's might. Every divine dragon had the terrifying battle strength of an ancient emperor. Yi Fei's mood instantly sank to the bottom of the valley. Intense anger surged in his heart. If I don't die today, I'll definitely beat Qinba to death. Retreat. His bloodline burned and his dragon wings shone. Faced with this terrifying 5-clawed golden dragon, Yi Fei didn't dare to continue fighting. He only used all his strength and used the azure dragon wings in an attempt to retreat back into the dragon hall. Chapter 2593. 7 Wonders Divine Light. Seeing that Yi Fei was actually using the dragon race's mystique to escape, the 5-clawed golden dragon's eyes flashed with mockery. With a thunderous roar, the 5-clawed golden dragon raised its mountain-sized dragon claw and slammed it downwards. Heaven and earth exploded under the might of the dragon claw. A dark cloud of death instantly engulfed Yi Fei. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated the mad demon battle technique and ignited his own bloodline. At the same time, his bloody battle will and undying sword soul burned intensely. Under the influence of Yi Fei's battle will, the undying sword token shone brightly. It turned from a long sword into a sword mountain and then into a sword range. At this moment, Yi Fei let out an earth-shattering roar. He forcefully dragged the gigantic mountain of swords with both hands and used all his strength to slash at the dragon claw in the air. The divine sword and the dragon claw clashed, and a loud clang was heard. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to shatter. However, the dragon claw was too strong. It actually turned around and grabbed the mountain of swords formed by the undying sword token. Yi Fei was shocked to feel a strong force trying to snatch the undying sword token from his hands. Ancient god, golden body. Surging purple-gold divine flames burned fiercely from within Yi Fei's body. At the same time, a terrifying divine force forced Yi Fei to grab the undying sword token and forcefully pull the divine sword back. A look of shock flashed across the dragon's eyes. However, it quickly turned into rage. This divine dragon came from the ancient time and space. It was just a projection of a heroic spirit that had died in battle. However, it wouldn't allow itself to be angered by an ant. Those who offend the might of the dragon race will be killed even by gods and demons. In the void, the dragon claw descended at an even faster and stronger speed. It directly slapped the undying sword token away and continued to descend towards Yi Fei's body. Yi Fei's eyes turned even colder. At this moment of life and death, he no longer held back. Bloody flames surged from his body and poured into the cauldron of gods and demons. This time, he used all his bloodline to control the cauldron of gods and demons to smash it into the void. The 5-clawed golden dragon in the void also let out a surprised roar. Ancient god, golden body, demon cauldron of gods? and that terrifying demonic nature. Human race, you are a little strange. Unfortunately, you still have to die. Rumble. The dragon cauldron of gods and demons. It was Yi Fei didn't feel the dragon cauldron of gods and demons. No matter how hard Yi Fei tried his best, he couldn't stop at dragon claw that was about his life. Yi Fei could not help but feel a trace of despair and fear in his heart. Could it be that I'm really going to die here? But if I die, what will happen to Xiao Chao? What will happen to the dragon turtle? Who will look for Zhao Yu? Who will look for the demon emperor, Wang Bai, and Shanluo, especially Zhao Yu? Yi Fei felt a sharp pain in his heart. This pain made him even crazier. Suddenly, Yi Fei made a move. He cut his finger and allowed the cauldron of gods to absorb his blood. This scene shocked Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle. One had to know that the cauldron of gods and demons could absorb Yi Fei's blood endlessly. If Yi Fei allowed the cauldron to absorb Yi Fei's blood, he would eventually become a dried corpse, even if he could activate the cauldron of gods and demons. However, compared to being easily killed by the five-clawed golden dragon, Yi Fei was more willing to be sucked dry by the cauldron of gods and demons. At the very least, I can deliver a final blow before I die and severely injure the five-clawed golden dragon. This will also allow the dragon turtle and Xiao Chao to live and buy some time. Big Black, listen up. When I use the soul cauldron, take Xiao Chao and escape immediately. In the future, I will rely on you to protect Xiao Chao. Yi Fei closed his eyes and channeled his blood into the cauldron of gods and demons. When the dragon turtle heard this, tears suddenly fell from its eyes. It also had the urge to take Xiao Chao and escape. However, the dragon turtle became violent again. After all, Yi Fei was its meal master. To the dragon turtle, it could give up its life, but it had to eat its meals every day. If Yi Fei died like this, where else in the world could it find a better meal master than Yi Fei? When it thought of this, the dragon turtle immediately let out a loud dragon roar. Then, the dragon turtle actually suppressed its innate fear of the divine dragon and rushed out of the beast mark space. It also allowed the ghost deity cauldron to absorb its demon blood like Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression immediately turned ugly. He even scolded in fear. Scram? Who asked you to be a hero? Take Xiao Chao and scram as far as you can. Yi Fei used all his strength in this kick and sent the dragon turtle flying. However, the moment the dragon turtle got up, it roared again and rushed over. It let out another roar and let the ghost deity cauldron absorb its demon blood again. Xiao Chao burst into tears. However, when he saw the divine dragon's claw about to land, a five-colored light suddenly flashed in Xiao Chao's eyes. Following Xiao Chao's anger, the whistling five-colored divine light suddenly turned into a huge five-colored light pillar and blasted towards the divine dragon's claw in the void. Then, something happened that left Yi Fei and the dragon turtle dumbfounded. The divine dragon's claw that he and the dragon turtle had used a large amount of blood essence to activate the ghost deity cauldron was actually blasted open by Xiao Chao's five-colored light pillar. This scene shocked the nearby immemorial devil dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon in the void also looked at the hole in the dragon's claw and fell into a daze. Then, Yi Fei reacted abruptly and almost slapped himself. I'm such an idiot. Xiao Chao's divine light is the nemesis of divine spirits. In Qingzhou, Xiao Chao's divine light was able to restrain Rizu's divine spirit with his three-color divine light. Now that Xiao Chao's divine light has turned into a five-color divine light, it should be able to restrain the ancient emperor's divine spirit. Although the five-color divine dragon in front of him wasn't a divine spirit, Yi Fei made a bold assumption. Perhaps divine spirits and heroic spirits were similar bodies of energy. It was just that divine spirits represented when they were alive, while heroic spirits represented when they were dead. Xiao Chao, don't stop. Continue to attack it. Yi Fei pointed at Xiao Chao before the five-clawed golden dragon could react. After hearing Yi Fei's words, Xiao Chao suddenly made a very fierce and scary expression despite his tears. This meant that Xiao Chao was starting to get angry. Then, another huge beam of five-colored divine light shot out from Xiao Chao's body and turned into a five-colored light pillar that blasted into the void. Just like that, the five-clawed golden dragon's divine dragon claw silently turned into streams of light that filled the sky and dissipated in the blink of an eye under Xiao Cao's divine light. The seven wonders divine light of the immortal spirit tribe. The five-clawed golden dragon's huge eyes were completely dazed. He couldn't believe that Xiao Chao's small body could explode with such terrifying power when he was angry. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the five-clawed golden dragon hadn't come in its true form, but was a heroic spirit that had been projected here by its divine spirit. If the five-clawed golden dragon had come in its true form, even the seven wonders divine light wouldn't have been able to hurt it. But the depressing thing was that the five-clawed golden dragon wasn't in its true form. It was a heroic spirit that had died in ancient times and had been summoned back by the demonic dragon through a sacrificial ritual. Chapter 2594. The mighty Xiao Chao glared with her big black eyes and put her little hands on her hips. She tried very hard to make a very fierce and angry expression, indicating that Xiao Chao didn't want to talk to this big worm right now. The powerful five-clawed golden dragon was actually treated as a big bug by a little girl. Not to mention the many demonic dragons crawling on the ground. Even the five-clawed golden dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of anger. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Xiao Chao's seven wonders divine light was the natural nemesis of souls and heroic spirits. Even though Xiao Chao's seven wonders divine light only had five colors and was far from being able to unleash its full power, the five-clawed golden dragon was still very wary of it. Little girl, even if your Spirit Immortal clan is very talented, you are still not an adult yet. How much of the Spirit Immortal clan's power can you unleash? Boom! The massive body of the five-clawed golden dragon was shrinking, but it didn't affect its strength. Instead, it made the golden dragon even more dangerous. At this point, Yi Fei and the dragon turtle had already used their own bloodline to turn the ghostly cauldron into a blood cauldron. However, they didn't dare to use the blood cauldron, as the strength of the five-clawed golden dragon was too terrifying. This was a true ancient emperor. Even if it was just a projection of a heroic spirit, it wasn't something that Yi Fei could deal with. Therefore, he could only look at Xiao Chao and ask seriously, "Xiao Chao, are you sure you can stop this big guy?" Xiao Chao's tone was full of certainty. Even if he couldn't, Xiao Chao expressed that he would do his best to protect Yi Fei and the dragon turtle. Faced with the dragon god's spirit's sudden increase in might, Xiao Chao widened his eyes and took a step forward with his short legs. The dragon turtle tactfully ran over and allowed Xiao Chao to step on its back. Its entire body was surrounded by five-color divine light, and Xiao Chao's small body suddenly became mysterious and powerful. Xiao Chao stepped on the dragon turtle and bravely took a step towards the mystical dragon. This step caused the mystical dragon's huge eyes to flicker with fear. Its huge body shrunk further and further in order to avoid being swept by the seven wonders divine light. However, the shrunken five-clawed golden dragon still did not attack Xiao Chao. It seemed to be very hesitant. The dragons that were crawling on the ground suddenly became anxious. The oldest and strongest dragon finally mustered the courage to beg loudly, "Great mystical dragon, please help us. We are under the control of the ancient spatial emperor. They have been trapped here for nearly 1,000 years. Every day, they could only devour each other's brethren to barely survive. We are tired of this kind of cannibalism. Dragon God, please kill the person in front of us and help us break out of this prison." Shut up. Although I was summoned by you, I don't need you to remind me of what to do. The five-clawed golden dragon seemed to be angry out of humiliation. This mystical dragon is obviously afraid of Xiao Chao. Perhaps I can reach a compromise with this mystical dragon without fighting. Yifei had an idea when he saw the mystical dragon hesitate. After all, Xiao Qiao was still young. No one could guarantee that Xiao Qiao could release the five-color divine light a few more times. Once the five-color divine light was used up and the mystical dragon heroic spirit was not severely injured, the mystical dragon would not even need to do anything. The demonic dragons around them would be able to tear them apart with their bare hands. Rather than letting the mystical dragon see through their trump cards, they might as well seize the opportunity to negotiate with the mystical dragon while Xiao Qiao was still a threat to him. After making up his mind, Yifei immediately stepped forward despite his weakness. He stood on the dragon turtle's back and picked up Xiao Qiao. He faced the surrounding demonic dragons and said, "Seniors, the reason you hate me is because I am a human. The ancient emperor who imprisoned you in this space is also a human. However, if I can think of a way to rescue you from this prison, can we resolve the enmity between us?" Roar. The demonic dragons roared angrily in response to Yifei. "Kid, you have killed so many of our kind. Do you still want to be friends with us?" "That's right. I have killed many demonic dragons, but that was to protect myself. Just like how you devour your own kind in order to survive, I am in the wrong for killing dragons to protect myself. But are you not in the wrong for eating your own kind in order to fill your stomachs?" Yifei's voice turned cold. His words were like needles that pierced the most fragile hearts of the demonic dragons. The roars of the demonic dragons gradually weakened. However, there were also some demonic dragons that were struck where it hurt. They went berserk, and their blood turned into blood clouds in the void. The five-clawed golden dragon's expression also changed a few times. Although it was summoned by the demonic dragons, it strongly disapproved of the demonic dragon's practice of devouring their own kind to survive and reproduce. Furthermore, Xiao Qiao's identity as a member of the spiritual immortal tribe made the mystical dragon very wary. Finally, the mystical dragon made a decision. It roared and suppressed the voices of all the demonic dragons present. "All right, for the future of the demonic dragon tribe, I will make an exception and give you a chance to atone for your sins. If you can lead the demonic dragons out of this space, I will not kill you and let you go. If you can't, I will kill you as easily as stepping on a bug on the ground." The five-clawed golden dragon made the final decision. It did not mention the fact that it was afraid of Xiao Qiao. Yifei was naturally not foolish enough to expose it. He frowned and looked at the demonic dragons around him. "What do I have to do to help you all out of this space?" "It's very simple. You just have to send enough people in to die. The rules of this space state that every time you kill an intruder and the demonic dragon of the other party, you'll be exempted from the rules of this space and escape from the abyss of suffering." The strongest demonic dragon on the ground said coldly, "Of course, if you can pass the trial of the ancient emperor of space, not only will you obtain his space inheritance, you will also control the fate of all the demonic dragons. If you want us to live, we will live. If you want us to die, we will die." At this point, Yifei clearly sensed the hostility of the demonic dragons. Yifei's expression immediately turned serious, and he promised, "Seniors, don't worry. I swear that even if I pass the trial, I will not enslave you all." Words are no guarantee. Humans are the most untrustworthy. You have to leave the hostages behind before we can believe you. Yes, leave the hostages behind. The demonic dragons roared angrily. Yifei's expression was also very ugly. He looked at the five-clawed golden dragon and saw that it was indifferent. It obviously supported the demonic dragon's conditions. Yifei understood that if he did not leave the hostages behind, he would not be able to gain the demonic dragon's trust. The five-clawed golden dragon was also very likely to attack again. At that time, even if Xiao Qiao could defeat the five-clawed golden dragon, how could they defeat the hundreds of demonic dragons around them? That would only benefit Qin Ba, who would obtain the space inheritance of the ancient emperor. Thinking of this, Yifei made up his mind. He suddenly looked at Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle. "I can leave the hostages behind, but who should I leave behind?" Chapter 2595. Dragon Edict, E. Xiao Qiao shook his head repeatedly, expressing that these big insects were too ugly. They were not even as pleasing to the eye as Little Black, the flood dragon that Yi Fei raised in the past. Hearing him, both the five-clawed golden dragon and the immemorial demonic dragon darkened their faces. Their nostrils spurted out two streams of flame. Yi Fei decisively decided that he could not leave Xiao Qiao alive. After all, a child's words carried no harm. If Xiao Qiao said something else, it would not end well. It seems that I can only let you be the hostage, Dahe. Roar. The dragon turtle suddenly hugged Yi Fei's thigh and wept bitterly. He expressed that if Yi Fei left him here, given the bad relationship between the Dragon Turtle clan and the Flood Dragon clan, these ancient flood dragons would definitely crush his bones. Seeing that the Dragon Turtle refused to stay, Xiao Qiao immediately patted the Dragon Turtle's head to comfort it. Yi Fei also encouraged it. Big Black, don't be afraid. They still need me to pass the trial and help them escape from the abyss of suffering. Bear with it for a while. I'll give you 2 extra meals later. Perhaps it was because of the effect of the extra meal, the Dragon Turtle no longer expressed its opinion. It hugged Yi Fei's thigh tightly and refused to let go. Yi Fei could only grit his teeth and endure the pain. Add 3 more meals. Roar. The dragon claws on its legs disappeared. The Dragon Turtle, which had been scared to death just a moment ago, actually became valiant and spirited. Not only did it take the initiative to walk towards a dragon group, it even directly laid down below the 5-clawed golden dragon. Many of the primordial flood dragons looked over. Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao's faces twitched. They simply turned around and left. Out of sight, out of mind. However, after taking a few steps, Yi Fei suddenly thought of something. He looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon with a troubled expression and said, "Senior Dragon God, I still have a sworn enemy in the Dragon Palace. Not only is his combat power strong, but he also has an imperial heavenly edict that can release the ancient imperial prohibition to restrict my speed and supernatural powers. If I can't resolve this, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the test inside. It's just a decree from the ancient emperor. My dragon clan also has something like that. This is a decree from the dragon clan. Take it. It's enough to fight against the other party's decree." The 5-clawed golden dragon clawed at the void and suddenly smashed the black pot that the Dragon Turtle had secretly kept. He grabbed the pot and used his consciousness to write a dragon tribe edict on it, bestowing it to Yi Fei. The Dragon Turtle was filled with grief and indignation. Yi Fei, on the other hand, was overjoyed. As long as he had the scapegoat, it should be the Dragon Clan's edict. In that case, he had nothing to fear from Qinba. Carrying the black pot and letting Xiao Qiao enter the beast mark space, Yi Fei once again rushed into the Dragon Palace with large strides. The Dragon Hall was now empty. On the ground was Jin Bubao's body. There was a long corridor in front of the Dragon Palace. The end of the corridor could not be seen. Yi Fei did not hesitate. He raised the black walk with the Dragon Clan's edict and walked into the corridor. Roar! The interior of the corridor was filled with the smell of blood. The ancient emperor, who had created the trial space, seemed to have a deep hatred for the Dragon Clan. He had caused a group of primordial flood dragons to kill each other outside the Dragon Palace. They had almost lost their nature and descended into madness. At the same time, there were overlapping layers of space in the corridor. Every layer of space contained a corpse dragon that had died. These corpse dragons had no thoughts of their own and retained their cultivation realm and mystiques from when they were alive. The moment Yi Fei stepped into this space, endless corpse chi and dragon flames spewed at him. Yi Fei did not attack immediately. Instead, he first observed the corpse of the corpse dragon. He saw that it was trapped in the endless corridor and was constantly wandering. Any life that entered the corridor would be its target. Unfortunately, the ancient emperor, who had created this space, did not know that Yi Fei could be afraid of anything. The only thing he was not afraid of was these powerful corpse dragons that only had instincts and no consciousness. After all, he had the indestructible sword token in his hands. The indestructible sword token was the greatest nemesis of all corpse spirits. This was because the indestructible sword token could contain all kinds of energy. This energy naturally included the corpse demons within the corpse dragons. Roar! The wandering corpse dragon rushed over furiously and let out a furious roar. Its huge and rotting dragon mouth was open to its limit. Inside were sharp dragon teeth that could crush divine weapons. It wanted to swallow Yi Fei whole. Kill! The sword light was like the sun and the moon rising together. Yi Fei emitted a purple-gold divine light. With the indestructible sword token in his hand and the cauldron of ghosts and deities under his feet, the gate of ghosts and deities appeared behind him. He was like a dazzling shooting star. Instead of retreating, he charged straight into the corpse dragon's body. Roar! The corpse dragon let out a violent roar. The corpse chi that was rolling turned into pale, white bone flames that burned wildly towards Yi Fei. However, before the bone flames could get close, the indestructible sword token in Yi Fei's hand had already released a terrifying suction force. Indestructible sword token, absorb. Absorb with all your might. Boom! Boom! The indestructible sword token trembled with excitement. A terrifying destructive vortex started to spin wildly with Yi Fei as the center. All the bone flames that came close were absorbed by the indestructible sword token and turned into a special kind of energy. Sensing this energy, Yi Fei could not help but reveal a surprised expression. These bone flames are actually the essence of the corpse dragon when it was alive. Refining these bone flames is equivalent to refining the blood of a true dragon. Yi Fei was completely excited. Although he had successfully reached an agreement with the five-clawed golden dragon by relying on his relationship with Xiao Qiao, he had also obtained the Dragon Clan's edict from the five-clawed golden dragon. However, there was something that the five-clawed golden dragon could not or was unwilling to do. That was to recover the dark force that Yi Fei had expended, as well as the bloodline power that had almost been sucked dry by the divine ghost cauldron. Originally, Yi Fei had planned to take the risk and swallow the elixir that the ancient emperor of the Scarlet Moon had given him to recover his bloodline. However, the appearance of these corpse dragons made him change his mind instantly. The ancient emperor of the Scarlet Moon and I are enemies, not friends. He would not be so kind as to give me a real elixir. There must be something wrong with that elixir. Why don't I use the indestructible sword token to absorb the essence of these corpse dragons and recover my bloodline? Xiao Qiao, pay attention to the surroundings and help me find clues about Qin Ba. Even in the midst of battle, Yi Fei did not forget his main purpose in coming here, which was to find Qin Ba and take revenge. Only by defeating this person could he truly obtain the opportunity to enter the ancient emperor testing grounds. Squeak! Squeak! After hearing Yi Fei's words and thinking about the dragon turtle that was being held hostage, Xiao Qiao put in a lot of effort this time. He widened his divine eyes of heaven and earth and looked in all directions. It was only after Yi Fei finished absorbing the essence of this corpse dragon, when his bloodline and dark force gradually recovered, Xiao Qiao finally discovered Qin Ba's location. Yi Fei did not care about continuing to heal his injuries and immediately rushed in that direction. Then Yi Fei saw that in the deepest part of the void, there was actually an indomitable figure sitting cross-legged. That figure was so huge that it was like a real god overlooking the world. At this moment, Qin Ba held the divine saber and took step after step with great difficulty as he desperately approached that figure. Chapter 2596. Firm as a rock upon closer inspection, the huge figure wasn't real, but an illusory projection of the ancient emperor. However, this ancient emperor didn't have any consciousness and didn't know how to attack. It only existed for one purpose, and that was to protect a special crystal gem in its hand. That gem was transparent and emitted strong spatial fluctuations. Wang, feeling the spatial fluctuations, the undying sword token in his hand emitted a solemn expression. After all, among the special wills, only the power of space and time were the most mysterious and difficult to refine. Obviously, the undying sword token in the ancient emperor's projection's hand also felt that it was difficult to refine the spatial gem. Needless to say, this must be the treasure left behind by the ancient emperor of space. However, Qin Ba used the imperial heavenly edict to get close to the ancient emperor's projection before me. I wonder if I can stab him in the back and make his efforts go to waste. After all, Jin Bupo had killed Zhongming in this way, and Qin Ba had also used a sneak attack to kill Jin Bupo. There was nothing wrong with sneak attacking Qin Ba now. Boom! As soon as he thought of this, he raised the undying sword token and was about to slash forward. Yi Fei didn't expect this slash to kill Qin Ba instantly. He only wanted to stop him or injure him severely so that he could catch up quickly. However, when Yi Fei started to release his divine ability, the undying sword token didn't emit any profound energy fluctuations. It's you lowly commoner. You actually didn't die and even tried to sneak attack me. In the end, Yi Fei was a Divine Lord expert who possessed a 10th grade bloodline. Qin Ba sensed something and suddenly turned around. To his disbelief, he saw that Yi Fei, who he had forced out of the Dragon Palace and thought was dead for sure, was actually alive and had entered the Dragon Palace again. Not only that, but he had also defeated the wandering corpse dragons and approached the ancient emperor's projection. Shock and anger appeared on Qin Ba's face, but he didn't turn around to counterattack. Instead, he used an even faster speed and walked step by step towards the ancient emperor's projection. A cold and sinister smile appeared on his face. A lowly commoner will always be a lowly commoner. No matter how you survived, you shouldn't have entered this place again. Because you can only witness my glory, and when I obtain the spatial gem, you will become a ghost under my blade. Dong! Qin Ba's footsteps became even faster, causing the air to tremble slightly. Hearing this person's words, Yi Fei's expression flashed with anger. I will never allow this spatial stone to be given to someone I despise. Boom! Realizing that he couldn't attack in this space, Yi Fei suddenly sheathed his sword and took a step forward. He also charged towards the ancient emperor's projection. However, the closer he got to the ancient emperor's projection, the more terrifying the ancient emperor's suppression became. Only now did Yi Fei understand why Qin Ba didn't attack or defend, even though he had discovered him as an enemy. It was because the ancient emperor's might was too strong. Just withstanding, it would require one to use all one's strength, let alone attacking. At one point, Yi Fei had even planned to use the Dragon Clan Edict to resist the might of the ancient emperor. However, he quickly changed his mind. After all, the Dragon Clan Edict was used to resist the Imperial Sky Edict. Before he could confirm that the Imperial Sky Edict had been used, Yi Fei did not dare reveal this trump card. Looks like I can only rely on my own strength and force my way through like Qin Ba. Bloodline burned for me. Although he couldn't use his mystique, Yi Fei realized that Qin Ba could actually burn his bloodline to increase his speed. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. The earthly emperor's bloodline also burned fiercely, causing Yi Fei's speed to rapidly increase. Qin Ba, who was in front of him, also revealed an extremely shocked expression. How was this possible? There are mystical dragon, heroic spirits outside. Those below the ancient emperor will definitely die. Even if he is lucky enough to escape from the Dragon Hall, he must have expended a lot of energy. Why doesn't he show any signs of exhaustion? Not only did Yi Fei not expend any energy, but after devouring and refining the essence of the primordial corpse dragon, not only did Yi Fei's bloodline recover, even his battle strength was raised to its peak. When he entered this strange space in such a state, it was naturally twice the result with half the effort. In less than 15 minutes, Yi Fei had already covered 1/3 of the distance. After that, he stepped into the interrupted space and continued to stride towards Qin Ba. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of panic on Qin Ba's face. On the contrary, He revealed a mocking and disdainful grin. Since ancient times, the winner takes all. I admit that my sneak attack to kill Jean Bupo was despicable. However, as long as no one knows about this, I will still be the high and mighty crown prince of the Wang family. In the future, I will even have the chance to join the Imperial Sky Empire and become the ancient emperor. As for you, you are just a lowly commoner who pretends to be a disciple of the Imperial Sky Empire. Do you really think that you can fight with my Wang family and this prince just because you killed Qin Lang and infiltrated the Dragon Hall? You are truly foolish beyond compare. Qinba laughed heartily. Just as Yifei stepped into the middle section of the space and started to chase after Qinba, Qinba suddenly took out an elixir from his hand and swallowed it. The rolling medicinal energy continued to strengthen his bloodline, causing his footsteps to become faster as he approached the palm of the ancient emperor's projection. This is the advantage of being the crown prince of the Wang family. Not only do I have a strong bloodline, I also have an endless supply of elixirs that can strengthen my bloodline. This will allow me to walk faster and further. Fighting with me is just a joke. Yifei's expression changed. He couldn't help but admit that what Qinba said was the truth. As the crown prince of the Wang family, Qinba naturally had whatever he wanted. His bloodline and the resources of the Wang family weren't something that ordinary cultivators could compare to. However, I don't have resources, but I have willpower. Back then, I was just a small cultivator with a shattered Dantian in Blackrock City. Who would have thought that I would walk to where I am today? Who would have thought that I would defeat so many geniuses and make them fall at my feet one by one? They have more resources than me and are more talented than me. However, they are inferior to me in one aspect, and that is willpower. Will of blood, willpower to battle, the strength of the soul, and a martial heart that was as firm as a boulder. This was Yifei's greatest potential. He had been able to overcome all obstacles and narrowly escape death to reach where he was today. This kind of potential didn't care about status or bloodline. If my heart is strong, my willpower will be strong. If my willpower is strong, my sword will be strong. A sword would rather break than bend. A sword would never turn back. Boom, boom, boom. Yifei's footsteps became increasingly heavy. He actually started to run frantically under the pressure of the ancient emperor. This was like a madman who knew that there was a wall in front of him, but still used his body to crazily smash into it again and again. Even if he smashed his head and broke his bones and tendons, he still wouldn't turn back and would continue to smash into it. Following Yifei's crazy actions, the distance between him and Qinba kept shortening. At the same time, his body kept cracking under the pressure of the ancient emperor. Even his nerves were being torn apart inch by the invisible pressure of the ancient emperor. This kind of pain was like someone was stabbing his body with a sword at every moment. Even Renzu wouldn't be able to endure this kind of pain, let alone a divine lord. Yifei couldn't help but groan in pain after running a dozen steps. Even so, Yifei's footsteps didn't stop for even a moment. Chapter 2597. Heavenly King Pill Madman. This lowly commoner has gone completely mad. Qinba's face was filled with shock as he sensed Yifei closing in behind him. There was also a trace of indescribable fear. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of running under the pressure of the ancient emperor, but the pain of his body being suppressed and his nerves being torn apart made him shrink back. He could only rely on constantly swallowing elixirs and burning his blood to continue advancing. However, Yifei's approach still made Qinba feel an immense threat. I definitely can't let this lowly commoner overtake me. This prince lacks everything except elixirs. Qinba took out another porcelain bottle and instantly crushed it. He swallowed all the elixirs in the bottle. As he swallowed these elixirs, his blood burned even more fiercely and his speed became even faster. However, Qinba was extremely shocked. He didn't manage to pull away from Yifei at all. Instead, it was Yifei who was closing in on him. And in this process, Yifei's body was constantly experiencing the process of his nerves being torn apart, crushed, repaired, and crushed again. This kind of pain was like the cruelest punishment of 1,000 cuts. It was enough to make many divine sovereigns with strong willpower go crazy. However, other than his face being distorted and his body being covered in blood, Yifei didn't show any signs of going crazy or retreating. He was still running wildly. Even though his speed was getting slower and slower and the pressure he was enduring was increasing, even to the point that there were shocking bloody footprints on the ground, Yifei was still moving forward. He didn't feel pain or fear of death. Of course, this did not mean that Yifei could not feel the pain. However, compared to these aristocratic family disciples who had lived a luxurious life since young and had enormous resources, the only thing Yifei had was a martial arts heart that was as firm as a rock. Since he couldn't compare to these aristocratic family disciples in terms of resources and background, then what he could compare to was his willpower. They would see who could last longer and who was crazier and more reckless. They would see whose martial heart was firmer. However, there was no doubt that Yifei's martial heart was stronger and more resolute than Qinba's. Just as Qinba, relying on a large amount of medicinal pills, was about 100 steps away from the ancient emperor's projection, Yifei also relied on his resolute martial heart, as well as his powerful will to fight to catch up to Qinba. He was only 10 steps away from him. These 10 steps caused Qinba's expression to change from shock to malevolence. He turned around and swallowed an elixir to regulate his breathing. He was already threatening Yifei. "Get down. If you surpass me, even if you have the spatial stone, Renzu from my King Muyang residence will be able to kill you easily. If you kneel and submit, I can consider absolving you of your crimes. Submit and absolving me of my crimes. My life is mine. What crime is there?" Dong, dong, dong. In one breath, he took 10 consecutive steps. Yifei's body was riddled with bloody wounds as he forcefully passed through the ancient emperor's aura. One could faintly see his red flesh and white bones. It was as though his entire body was about to crumble under the ancient emperor's aura. Seeing this, an ice-cold mocking expression once again surfaced on Qinba's face. "The fate of a lowly commoner like you is nothing more than this. You don't have enough medicinal pills to consume like me. If you continue to approach, what awaits you will definitely be the fate of your body exploding and your spirit collapsing." "Really? I want to see how the ancient emperor's aura can kill me." Yifei's face was covered in blood and looked extremely terrifying. However, his smile carried a trace of indescribable confidence. Soon after, he lifted his leg once again. The instant he was parallel to Qinba, he stepped forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Sensing Yifei's invasion, this space was not only filled with the ancient emperor's aura, but the spatial stone also began to emit a terrifying spatial pressure. This pressure made Yifei feel as though he was carrying a sacred mountain on his back. His body was hunched over and his legs were trembling. Qinba was also filled with a sinister smile as he looked at Yifei's sorry state. "This prince is looking forward to the scene of a lowly commoner like you being crushed by the ancient emperor's aura. You will never be able to see such a scene. I will shoulder my fate alone. Divine Ghost Cauldron, burn for me." Yifei roared as he suddenly took out the Divine Ghost Cauldron. This cauldron had absorbed a large amount of his and the dragon tortoise's bloodline and had become a blood cauldron. Originally, Yifei had planned to use this blood cauldron to fight against the ancient emperor's five-clawed golden dragon. However, Xiao Chao's appearance had frightened the dragon. Therefore, the Divine Ghost Cauldron's bloodline power was preserved. Although martial arts and mystiques could not be used in this space, one could still ignite their bloodlines. The Divine Ghost Cauldron happened to contain the strongest bloodlines of Yifei and the dragon tortoise. When these two bloodlines were ignited, the Divine Ghost Cauldron instantly opened a powerful divine ghost door. It appeared behind Yifei and blocked the ancient emperor's projection, as well as the powerful pressure from the spatial stone. "Damn it, that cauldron of his can actually be used like this." Qinba stared blankly as Yi Fei relied on the divine ghost cauldron and strode forward. Even the wounds on his body were showing signs of recovery. Qin Ba's eyes were bloodshot with jealousy and shock. Then, he suddenly made a decision and roared angrily. "Lowly commoner, you have treasures. Do you think this prince doesn't have them? Heavenly King Elixir, strengthen my bloodline." Qin Ba endured the pain in his heart and suddenly took out a divine elixir from his spatial belt. He swallowed the divine elixir, and his aura broke through from the mid-stage Divine Lord realm to the mid-stage Renzu realm. The efficacy of this divine elixir was even more terrifying than the realm burst elixir. It was no wonder that Qin Ba had only used it at the last moment. As his aura increased, Qin Ba's footsteps also became faster. He actually overtook Yi Fei by 10 steps. "Lowly commoner, do you see this? This is the difference between you and us nobles. We can easily obtain things that you can't obtain even if you use your entire life." Boom! By relying on the medicinal efficacy of the Heavenly King Elixir, Qin Ba already had 1 foot on the palm of the ancient emperor's projection. However, the spatial pressure here was even more terrifying. Even though he had taken the divine imperial elixir, Qin Ba still didn't dare to rashly take a step forward. At this time, Yi Fei also relied on the pressure of the divine ghost cauldron to catch up. He also had 1 foot on the giant palm. However, like Qin Ba, he also didn't dare to rashly take a step forward. The spatial pressure in front of him was just too terrifying. This wasn't the pressure of the ancient emperor, but the natural pressure of the spatial stone. What a terrifying pressure. If I can't withstand this pressure, I might really be crushed to death here. Yi Fei's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Chapter 2598. A step away, lowly commoner. Your struggles and efforts will end here. Just as Yi Fei stepped onto the palm of the ancient emperor's projection and closed the distance between them, another treasure appeared in Qin Ba's hand. It was the Imperial Heavenly Edict. This edict originally belonged to Jin Bupo, but it was snatched away by Qin Ba. However, there was no doubt that the power of this edict was extremely terrifying. Even the divine ghost cauldron was unable to block it. As a result, Yi Fei was forced out of the Dragon Palace and almost lost his life under the claws of the 5-clawed golden dragon. At this moment, Qin Ba was forced by Yi Fei to the point that he had no other choice. Finally, he endured the pain and took out the Imperial Heavenly Edict, forming a terrifying pressure. However, this time, Qin Ba didn't use it to target Yi Fei. Instead, he used it to target the spatial stone on the palm of the ancient emperor's projection. Lowly commoner, open your eyes wide and watch how this prince effortlessly obtains this precious spatial stone. When the Imperial Heavenly Edict appeared, Qin Ba immediately became high-spirited. He completely forgot about the gloominess of being caught up by Yi Fei. On the contrary, his eyes were filled with extreme disdain. He once again surpassed Yi Fei and walked towards the spatial stone. The spatial stone immediately released an even more terrifying pressure in an attempt to stop Qin Ba from approaching. However, the spatial stone was ultimately an inanimate object. No matter how strong its pressure was, it couldn't be stronger than the ancient emperor's aura emitted by the Imperial Heavenly Edict. Qin Ba laughed complacently and was about to walk towards the spatial stone. At this moment, Yi Fei's cold voice suddenly sounded from behind Qin Ba. "Qin Ba, it's too early for you to be happy. Do you really think that you're the only one who has the ancient emperor's edict?" Boom! A dragon's aura that wasn't any weaker than the ancient emperor's erupted from the tortoise shell in Yi Fei's hand. Since Qin Ba had revealed his final trump card, Yi Fei naturally wouldn't hide it anymore. He naturally took out the Dragon Clan's edict. At this moment, he relied on the might of the Dragon Clan's decree to continue forward. Once again, he caught up to Qin Ba. Qin Ba's eyes instantly revealed extreme shock and confusion. He had clearly used the Imperial Heavenly Edict to force Yi Fei out of the Dragon Hall. Why did Yi Fei have the same Imperial Heavenly Edict as him now? Furthermore, it was different from Qin Ba's Imperial Edict. His imperial edict had already been used twice, and its power had decreased somewhat. As for Yi Fei's imperial edict, it was bestowed by the divine dragon and had never been used before. Not only would it be more powerful, it would also last longer. A member of the royal family? You guys are just SOSO. You said that my competition with you is a joke. Now, let's see who is the real joke. Dong! With the Dragon Clan decree in hand, Yi Fei suddenly increased his speed and took a step forward. With this step, he completely widened the distance between him and Qin Ba. Qin Ba's shocked expression suddenly turned into the color of pig liver. It was as if an invisible slap had ruthlessly landed on his face. Just a moment ago, he was still mocking Yi Fei and mocking Yi Fei for overestimating his own capabilities. However, this lowly person in his eyes, who he disdained, actually had the same imperial heavenly edict as him. Not only had Yi Fei caught up to him, he had even ruthlessly surpassed him. Ah, Yimo, not only do I want you dead, I want to exterminate your entire family. Qin Ba was thoroughly enraged. He frantically activated the imperial heavenly edict and began to chase after Yi Fei. At the same time, a large number of elixirs appeared in his hand. His immense rage and his determination to obtain the spatial stone caused Qin Ba to throw caution to the wind. He swallowed a large number of elixirs, and his speed became even faster. A trace of malevolence and cruelty appeared on his face. If I can't obtain it, you can forget about obtaining it either. As long as I catch up, I'll be able to push the spatial stone out of the ancient emperor's projection's hand. At that time, you'll be searching for a needle in a haystack in this boundless void. Ha ha ha. It had to be said that Qin Ba's method was too vicious. After all, both of them had the imperial heavenly edict. If both of them moved at the same pace and touched the spatial stone at the same time, Qin Ba might really succeed. Yi Fei had paid so much, but it would all be for naught. However, although Yi Fei had a certain advantage with the Dragon Clan's imperial heavenly edict, Qin Ba had won by using all kinds of elixirs, which actually made up for the gap between the two imperial heavenly edicts. Feeling Qin Ba's unceasing footsteps behind him, Yi Fei couldn't help but feel anxious. In the beast mark space, seeing that Yi Fei might lose, Xiao Qiao was even more anxious. Then, Xiao Qiao suddenly decided on something. He took out a large pile of elixirs from who knows where. These were all hidden by the dragon turtle, and he threw them all out of the beast mark space. Seeing those elixirs, Yi Fei bitterly smiled. These elixirs could be eaten by the dragon turtle, but compared to Qin Ba's elixirs, the difference was too great. No matter how many of them there were, it was useless. Unless I dare to eat the bloodline divine pill given to me by the Scarlet Moon ancient emperor. Qin Ba's footsteps were getting closer and closer. Yi Fei finally clenched his teeth and took out the bloodline divine pill. But before he could eat it, a violent gale suddenly appeared behind him. It was actually Qin Ba. He had actually used all of his elixirs to finally catch up to Yi Fei's footsteps. At the same time, one of his hands rapidly stretched out. In the instant that Yi Fei was stunned, he snatched the bloodline divine pill and swallowed it without hesitation. Ha ha! Lowly commoner, other than a pile of trash elixirs, you actually have a bloodline divine pill. This prince won't be polite and will help you eat it. Boom! After eating the bloodline divine pill, Qin Ba's bloodline burned even more fiercely. He felt as if he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. He laughed with incomparable ecstasy. Great, this bloodline divine pill is definitely a top-grade elixir. Its medicinal effect is even more terrifying than the Heavenly King elixir. Ha ha ha. Yi Fei, this time, not only can I surpass you, I can also snatch the spatial stone in front of you, lowly commoner. After saying that, Qin Ba actually strode forward, surpassing Yi Fei by 10 steps. He was only a step away from the spatial stone. Yi Fei's expression became extremely ugly. He didn't expect Qin Ba to be so cunning. He actually rushed up the instant he took out the bloodline divine pill and snatched it away when he was stunned. This kind of scheming, this kind of reaction, all showed that Qin Ba was definitely a formidable opponent. Perhaps because of his negligence, the spatial stone would very likely fall into Qin Ba's hands. Yi Fei's face was filled with regret. Damn it, could it be that I misunderstood the ancient Scarlet Moon Emperor? Could it be that he didn't tamper with the bloodline divine pill that he gave me? Boom! Before he could finish his words, Qin Ba's entire body suddenly began to tremble violently. His proud face also became distorted and sinister, as if it was filled with immense pain. This isn't real. My bloodline isn't burning. It's directly being incinerated. Not good. There's something wrong with that bloodline divine pill. Yimo, you actually poisoned the elixir and deliberately tricked me. Oh, Qin Ba cried out in pain. He was clearly only a step away from the spatial stone. However, no matter what, he was unable to take this step. This was because if he took another step, the bloodline divine pill that had been tampered with by the ancient Emperor Scarlet Moon would incinerate Qin Ba's bloodline and completely turn him into a pile of ashes. Chapter 2599. The Wrath of a Quasi-Emperor in the Divine Prefecture. The ancient Emperor of the Scarlet Moon was not the strongest, but the most sinister. This seemingly dying man had quietly taken control of the Yin-Yang Palace and destroyed the Heavenly Palace of Despair. How could such an old fox be so kind as to give out the real bloodline divine pill? Looking at Qin Ba's miserable appearance, Yi Fei understood everything. That old fox, he really did have the intention to harm me. Ancient Emperor of the Scarlet Moon, just you wait. Even if he couldn't return to the Divine Prefecture for revenge now, when he was strong enough to defeat the ancient emperor, Yi Fei swore that he would return to the Divine Dynasty and destroy the ancient emperor of the Scarlet Moon. Yi Fei had never forgotten about the blood feud with the Spirit Immortal Tribe. Since he had promised the Heavenly Dao Tree that he would help Xiao Qiao and avenge the Spirit Immortal Tribe, he would never go back on his word. Perhaps the other top 10 forces could be spared, but Yi Fei had no intention of forgiving the ancient emperor of the Scarlet Moon. The Space Stone was still emitting strong spatial pressure, but Qin Ba's unexpected elimination allowed Yi Fei to catch up. He passed Qin Ba again and reached for the Space Stone. Especially when Yi Fei brushed past Qin Ba. Qin Ba was so angry that he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. He was too angry. He was the one who was one step away from the Space Stone. Perhaps if he took one more step, he would have been able to obtain the Space Stone and seize the ancient emperor's opportunity. What made Qin Ba sullen was that because of a moment of greed, he thought that he had obtained victory by snatching Yi Fei's bloodline divine pill. He had humiliated Yi Fei, but in the end, he had suffered a huge loss. That seemingly top-grade bloodline divine pill was actually poisonous. It was poisonous. What was even more infuriating was that Qin Ba ate it without hesitation. He actually ate it. The extremely crazy roar caused Qin Ba to let out a tyrannical roar. The instant Yi Fei touched the spatial stone, he retreated instead of advancing. Qin Ba had already lost the will to fight for the treasure. Right now, he only wanted to take advantage of the time Yi Fei was refining the treasure to quickly escape from the Dragon Palace. He absolutely could not give Yi Fei the opportunity to kill him. In order to survive, Qin Ba ignored the intense pain of his bloodline being burned. He took out a handful of supreme-grade antidote pills and swallowed them crazily, hoping that they could suppress the bloodline divine pill's burning power. Yi Fei didn't even turn his head as he allowed Qin Ba to quickly leave. His attention had long been attracted by the spatial stone in his hand. Only the corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. Since that old fox, the ancient emperor of the Scarlet Moon, is trying to harm me, how could he allow any pill to neutralize the poison of the divine pill? Not far away, Qin Ba's terrified, angry, aggrieved, and regretful screams could be heard again. Qin Ba was a very scheming person. He had a 10th grade bloodline that wasn't inferior to Yi Fei's. He also had a lot of antidote pills with him because of his identity as a prince. Usually, when Qin Ba was in danger, as long as he threw out a lot of antidote pills, he could even easily ignore Renzu's threat. Unfortunately. But this time, it wasn't Rinzhu who was threatening Qin, but the Crimson Moon Ancient Emperor. Given the Scarlet Moon Ancient Emperor's deep foresight, how could he allow Qin to detoxify the poison so easily? On the contrary, the more elixirs Qin consumed, the more intense the poison within the bloodline divine elixir became. In the short time that Yi Fei had come into contact with the spatial stone, Qin bloodline had already been set ablaze like a bundle of dry wood. Then, this raging fire gradually burned down Qin sky palace, fate wheel, sky bridge, and Dao mountain layer by layer. When this terrifying alchemic fire traveled along the Dao mountain and invaded the celestial court, Qin soul finally let out a cry of despair and fear. Amidst the raging alchemic fire, Qin body, soul, his space belt, and all the treasures in it were all reduced to ashes. Bang! At the moment of Qin death, the soul lamp that represented Qin in the ancestral shrine of King Muyang's mansion suddenly went out. This soul lamp was specially prepared for the core members of the Crimson Dragon sect. If the soul lamp existed, the person would exist. If the soul lamp died, the person would die. Now that the soul lamp that represented Qin had suddenly gone out, the entire King Muyang's mansion was shocked. If Qin Lang's death only caused waves in the King Muyang's mansion, then Qin death caused huge waves. After all, Qin was a rare 10th grade bloodline in King Muyang's mansion. It was very likely that he would break through to the ancient emperor level in the future. But now, Qin had died. When the news spread to the depths of the King Muyang's mansion, a furious quasi-emperor aura suddenly enveloped the entire King Muyang's mansion. Why did my son perish? Boom! The quasi-emperor's anger caused everyone in the King Muyang's mansion to kneel on the ground in fear and trepidation. The half-martial ancestor that was in charge of the ancestral shrine of King Muyang's mansion even trembled as he reported, "Your Highness, a month ago, Qin Lang was killed by a young demonic cultivator in Sky Dragon City. Prince Qin brought people to Sky Dragon City to seek revenge on the demonic cultivator. Secondly, he wanted to enter Dragon Emperor Mountain to fight for the opportunity in the ancient Emperor battlegrounds." Demonic cultivator, Dragon Emperor Mountain? Very good. A golden figure walked out from the King Muyang's mansion. He was like a heavenly general wearing golden armor. He held a blade and rushed towards Dragon Emperor Mountain. At the same time, a furious roar was heard from the Heaven's Fate sect. "Who killed my son? I want him to pay with his life." The one who roared was the Tianming sect master, Zhongming's father. Zhongming had entered Dragon Emperor Mountain to fight for the opportunity to become the ancient emperor, but he had died. The Tianming sect master was furious. The heavenly bridge in his body suddenly appeared and turned into a divine bridge in the void. The Tianming sect master stepped on the bridge and rushed towards Dragon Emperor Mountain. When the Heavensville sect master was halfway there, a quasi-emperor old man with golden flames on his body rushed out. The Heavensville sect master was startled when he saw this. Quasi-emperor of the Jin clan and the Tianming sect master. Why did you all come out? Another voice came from the void. The Tianming sect master's expression changed. Prince Muyang, why did you come out? When the three major forces were fighting for the ancient emperor battlegrounds, they had an agreement that they could only send their strongest young divine emperors. Rinzhu and the other quasi-emperors were not allowed to participate. This was the only way to ensure the fairness of the competition. But now, the quasi-emperors of the three major forces had all come out in anger. The three quasi-emperors were shocked. After testing each other, Prince Muyang, the quasi-emperors of the Jin clan, and the Tianming sect master were all stunned. What? Zhongming is dead? Jin Buyo is dead? Even Qin is dead? Could it be that other than us, there are other more powerful forces that have entered the ancient emperor battlegrounds? The three quasi-emperors exchanged glances with each other. However, it was a fact that each of them had lost a young genius. As such, they did not have the mood to ask any further questions. Instead, they rushed toward the Dragon Emperor Mountain at their fastest speed. Chapter 2600. Demonic Dragon must be punished after obtaining the spatial stone. Yifei immediately used his divine perception to search for the secrets of this spatial stone. However, the structure of this spatial stone was too strange. When Yifei's divine perception probed it, it was as though he had entered a series of interconnected voids. Not only was he unable to discover the secrets of this spatial stone, but he also had the misconception that his divine perception was sinking deeper and deeper. This won't do. If this goes on, my divine perception might never be able to return. I'll only be left with my body. Yifei quickly withdrew his divine perception and then switched to Xian energy to continue probing. This time, the spatial stone had a huge reaction. It no longer exerted spatial pressure on Yifei. Instead, the moment Yifei's Xian energy invaded it, the entire spatial stone emitted a strange spatial light. With a flash of light, Yifei's figure suddenly appeared above the head of the ancient emperor's projection from the palm of his hand. This spatial stone could actually teleport. It wasn't that Yifei didn't have such a martial art. For example, when he was in the Earth Realm, he had learned the Great Void Steps. It was just that the Great Void Steps could only allow him to pass through the void. However, this spatial stone could allow him to instantly teleport from one space to another. This was the charm of the spatial will. Such a mystique might not have any offensive capabilities, but it had an unparalleled advantage in speed. With this spatial stone, Yifei even felt that he could instantly kill the experts who had ambushed Rinzhu in the early stages. That's not right. Even the mystical dragon's heroic spirit could not break through this space. This shows how terrifying this ancient Emperor of Space's understanding of space was. This spatial stone that he left behind is definitely not an ordinary teleportation treasure. It must have a more important use. However, as to what this use was, Yifei had no idea. Although he did not know, the five-clawed golden dragon outside definitely knew. Yifei immediately took action. He picked up the spatial stone and walked out of the corridor. As he took the spatial stone, the corridor, including the ancient emperor's projection, quickly lost its pressure. The entire projection and space started to collapse gradually. However, Yifei did not know that as he turned to leave, the ancient emperor's projection seemed to have a faint glow in its eyes. It seemed to look deeply at Yifei. However, before the ancient god projection could get a clear look at Yifei's appearance, it sensed that the spatial laws of the ancient emperor had changed. The five-clawed golden dragon outside roared as it smashed through the void of the dragon hall and barged in. I would like to see who set up this spatial mystique that even I can't break. The primordial Fey dragons had summoned the five-clawed golden dragon at the cost of their lives. Firstly, they wanted to stop Yifei and the others. Secondly, they wanted to borrow the power of the mystical dragon's heroic spirit to break through this cage in exchange for the freedom of their race. What made the five-clawed golden dragon feel awkward was that it was unable to break through this cage with its strength. It was even forced to reach a compromise with Yifei. The five-clawed golden dragon really wanted to come in and see which ancient emperor had such a powerful spatial mystique. It even used its claws to grab the ancient emperor's projection. However, the projection suddenly shattered before the dragon's claws could touch it. So weak. The five-clawed golden dragon was puzzled. It's not that it's weak. Someone is attacking this ancient emperor testing grounds from the outside. Yifei looked at the void with a grave expression. He had seen a similar scene in the land of the ancient god before. At that time, it was also like this. The void trembled and space shattered. Clearly, the spatial stone in his hand was the key to supporting this trial space. Once the spatial stone was taken away, not only would the ancient god's phantom lose its power and become weak, even the space would become less stable than before. The heavenly fate sect master, the Jin clan quasi-emperor, and King Muyang had discovered that the spatial barrier had weakened. Furthermore, they had been agitated by the loss of their son and gradually became more violent. At the same time, the three quasi-emperors of the Rinzhu realm joined forces. Even if they weren't as strong as the ancient emperor, they weren't too far off. Rumble. The attacks of the three quasi-emperors caused the cracks in the void to widen. The attacks of the quasi-emperors even caused the spatial rules of the testing grounds to change to a certain extent. Originally, only divine emperors could enter this testing grounds, and they had to be young divine emperors under the age of 50. However, with the continuous attacks of the three quasi-emperors, Yi Fei was shocked to discover that the rules seemed to be weakening continuously. If the previous rules only allowed young Sir Gods below the age of 50 to enter, then as long as one was a Sir God, one would be able to enter through the void. The changes in the void couldn't be hidden from the primordial demon dragons that had been trapped in this space for thousands of years. They roared in ecstasy. The rules have changed. Even without the dragon god, we can still escape from this damned cage. Thousands of years ago, our ancestors massacred a few cities and ate hundreds of thousands of mortal ants. How dare the ancient emperor of space meddle in our business, kill our experts, and imprison us so that we can kill each other? That enmity must be avenged. Yes, revenge. Kill, massacre, and then eat the humans. It's been a long time since we massacred a city. It's been a long time since we heard the screams of those human ants before they died. Roar. Dense blood-fiend heavenly force was emitted from the surviving primordial demon dragons. They didn't wait for the quasi-emperors outside to attack, and had already rushed into the void to help the people outside break through the spatial barrier. Yi Fei finally understood why there were so many primordial demon dragons imprisoned in the testing grounds of the ancient emperor and killing each other. He had thought that the ancient emperor of space was too cruel. Now, it seemed that it wasn't the ancient emperor who was cruel. It was these primordial demon dragons that deserved to be trapped here for the rest of their lives. These demon dragons must be killed. Yi Fei's tone was filled with murderous intent. If possible, he really wanted to be a dragon slayer for once. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. The dragon turtle was still being guarded by dozens of Dao, Lord, primordial demon dragons. Some of them were even drooling as they stared at the dragon turtle, as if they couldn't wait to swallow the dragon turtle whole. Squeak. Xiao Qiao appeared to be very anxious. Yi Fei also took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed his disgust for these evil primordial demon dragons. He looked at the five-clawed golden dragon and said, "I've done what I promised you. Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Release the dragon turtle and let us leave." "Umph, the dragon tribe keeps our promises. How can we bully you? Take that little turtle and leave quickly." Out of fear for Xiao Qiao and disappointment in these primordial demon dragons, the five-clawed golden dragon raised his dragon claw and intended to release the primordial demon dragons. But at this moment, the largest and most ancient primordial fey dragon swam over from afar, bringing with it dense blood fiend Heavenly Dipper. Such dense blood fiend Heavenly Dipper needed to devour at least 100 of its own kind. Chapter 26:01. The quasi-emperors attacked the immemorial demonic dragon, came over with a cruel look in its eyes. It stared coldly at Yi Fei and shouted, "Lord Mystical Dragon, we can release him and that tortoise, but the little girl hiding in his body must stay." "Yes, stay. There's a mysterious power in that little girl's body. We have to swallow her and refine that power." Another few powerful, immemorial demonic dragons swam over from afar. Not only did they go back on their word, but they also wanted to harm Xiao Qiao. Yi Fei's face darkened instantly. He held the spatial stone in his hand and stared coldly at the few demonic dragons. Previously, I felt that the ancient space emperor was too cruel. Now, I feel that he is too merciful. He should not have let evil dragons like you live. Instead, he should have turned you into dung on the ground. The group of dragons going back on their word made Yi Fei lose all goodwill towards these demonic dragons. Even the huge eyes of the five-clawed golden dragon flashed with strong displeasure. "We, the dragon tribe, keep our word. Since we have said that we will release him, we will definitely release him. Are you going to defy the orders of us true dragons?" "Ha ha, it's not like we haven't killed true dragons before. Thousands of years ago, there was a true dragon that tried to surround and annihilate our tribe. However, it was killed by our tribe here and turned into Dragon Emperor Mountain. One of the immemorial demonic dragons revealed a secret. Upon hearing the secret, not only did Yi Fei's face change, but even the five-clawed golden dragon's eyes widened. After all, every true dragon had the purest mystical dragon blood, and these immemorial demonic dragons were just mixed blood dragons with dragon blood. At this moment, a group of mixed blood dragons had killed a true dragon. To the mystical dragons, who valued bloodlines, this was undoubtedly the most disgraceful thing. The severity of this matter was even greater than when these immemorial demonic dragons had devoured their own kind. Roar! A deafening dragon roar shook the heavens and earth. If it had been in the past, all of the demonic dragons present would have bowed down respectfully to the ground, displaying their unconditional obedience. However, things are different now. Apart from the low-level monster dragons that could only be reduced to food, the other divine Lord Monster dragons all let out dragon roars. They were actually able to contend against the five-clawed golden dragon. This caused the five-clawed golden dragon to become even more furious. Are you trying to force me to clean house? The mighty dragon might of the ancient emperor was like heaven and earth. It suddenly pressed down on the leading demonic dragons. They were all old dragons that had lived for thousands of years. They had existed before the ancient emperor of space sealed them. Needless to say, these old dragons had naturally killed people and massacred cities before. Moreover, they did not care about such actions at all. Only now did Yi Fei realize that there were good and bad dragons in the dragon tribe. The good dragons could coexist with humans, while the bad dragons were just like these demon dragons. They were definitely the most evil and hated existence. No wonder there is no lack of heroes who slay dragons in fairy tales. Now, I don't mind being such a hero for once. Yi Fei licked his lips. The indestructible sword token in his hand was already emitting a dazzling divine light. Sensing that divine light, the five-clawed golden dragon's expression changed abruptly. However, it did not attack Yi Fei, which was rare. These old divine Lord Monster dragons were also wary of Yi Fei's combat strength. They were not wary of Yi Fei, but of the indestructible sword token and the ghostly deity cauldron in Yi Fei's hand. Lord Mystical Dragon, don't forget who it was that summoned you from the ancient space-time. No matter how dissatisfied you are with our tribe, according to the rules of the heaven and earth sacrifice, you have to fight for our tribe. Otherwise, once we stop the heaven and earth sacrifice, Lord Mystical Dragon, I'm afraid that the last trace of your heroic spirit will cease to exist. The heaven and earth sacrifice of the Grand Witch Master was truly a heaven-defying act. Moreover, the heaven and earth sacrifice that the demon dragons mastered seemed to be more complete than the heaven and earth sacrifice of the human god. Not only could they summon the ancient heroic spirit, but they also seemed to be able to control the existence of the ancient heroic spirit. Although the heroic spirits that were summoned were all-powerful beings who had died in battle in ancient times, no heroic spirit would be willing to disappear suddenly if they could live again in the form of a heroic spirit. Hearing the threat of the demon dragons, the five-clawed golden dragon's heroic spirit clearly became hesitant. Boom! At this moment, the crack in the heaven and earth void also became bigger and bigger. They could vaguely sense that three extremely powerful divine senses were probing through the crack. Yi Fei's heart sank immediately. The expressions of the few primordial demon dragons changed drastically. They could threaten the five-clawed golden dragon because they could control the life and death of the heroic spirit through the Grand Witch demonic technique. However, they could not threaten the three boundary emperors, the Lord God, and Rinzu outside. Seeing that the five-clawed golden dragon did not make a move, the leader of the primordial demon dragons finally lost his patience. Lord Mystical Dragon, since you're not willing to make a move, we'll do it ourselves. We'll swallow this human and then grab the little girl from his corpse. Squeak! Hearing that these evil dragons wanted to eat him, Xiao Chao was so angry that his face turned red and his eyes widened. The moment he rushed out, more than 10 deities striking whips were already lashing out at the primordial demon dragon. However, the primordial demon dragon's strength was not absorbed. Instead, the blood gang on its body spun like a whirlwind and bounced back Xiao Chao's deity, striking whips. Roar! Then, there was a dragon's roar that was filled with murderous intent. The few primordial demon dragons that were attacked all charged towards Yi Fei. Strangely, only one of them charged toward Xiao Chao. The rest all charged towards Yi Fei. Yi Fei's heart was filled with doubts. Aren't these demon dragons' goal to capture Xiao Chao? Why are they not targeting Xiao Chao, but me instead when Xiao Chao appears? Could it be that there was something on him that the demon dragons felt was more precious than Xiao Chao? That's right. At this critical moment, Yi Fei suddenly recalled that when he entered the Dragon Palace, these demon dragons had said that if he passed the trial, not only would he be able to obtain the ancient emperor's opportunity, he would also be able to control the life and death of the entire primordial demon dragon tribe. It was also for this reason that the primordial demon dragons were very polite to Yi Fei. It was only when Lord Miyang and the other boundary emperors suddenly joined forces to attack the trial grounds, causing the rules of space to crumble. The primordial demon dragons did not need to rely on Yi Fei to break out of this cage. It was only then that these evil dragons' true nature was revealed. They wanted to eat humans and steal their treasures. They were even less respectful towards the five-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 26:02. Xiao Chao, come back. These evil dragons are definitely here for the space stone in my hands. The battles along the way had allowed Yi Fei to maintain a clear mind even in the most dangerous moments of life and death. This clear mind also allowed him to make accurate judgments. As he quickly allowed Xiao Chao to return to the beastmark space, Yi Fei already had a fist-sized crystal in his hand. This crystal was the space stone that Yi Fei had obtained after passing the ancient emperor's smelting trial. The moment he took out this stone, the primordial Fey dragons that were attacking him from all sides clearly showed signs of hesitation and fear. When the five-clawed golden dragon saw the space stone, a look of shock and contemplation flashed across its huge dragon eyes. However, it was ultimately summoned by the group of Fey dragons. In order to prevent the sacrifice from being interrupted by the group of Fey dragons, the five-clawed golden dragon's huge body coiled up in a corner. It could only watch coldly as Yi Fei dealt with the situation. Don't be afraid. Even if he obtains the eye of the true dragon, with his cultivation level, he will definitely not be able to unleash its full power. As long as we kill him, we can still take it back. Then, we will completely destroy this sacred object that has brought shame to our tribe. The largest primordial Fey dragon said angrily. Without a doubt, he was the leader of this group of Fey dragons. He was also the existence that stood at the top of the food chain that devoured its own kind. After years of accumulating power, the other primordial Fey dragons instinctively decided to obey his orders. Furthermore, although Yi Fei had taken out the space stone, he was unable to unleash the power of the space stone. At the critical moment, he could only hold the space stone in his hand and suddenly disappear in front of the group of Fey dragons and appear behind them. Kill! The indestructible sword token transformed into a black gold divine light that was a few hundred meters long. Yi Fei grabbed it and slashed at the tail of a Fey dragon in front of him. This Fey dragon was also the weakest Fey dragon among all the Ser gods. Wherever the sword light passed, the resplendent divine sword light would cut the Fey dragon into two halves with a crack. However, before Yi Fei could continue attacking with his sword, when the surrounding Fey dragons saw that their companion was injured, not only did they not help it, they even opened their bloody mouths. In a few breaths' time, the Fey dragon was cut in two. It had been gnawed into a pile of white bones. As for the demonic dragons that had devoured their own kind, their ferocious aura became even more terrifying. One of the demonic dragons even instantly went crazy. It actually opened its mouth wide and bit at the black gold divine sword ferociously. Yifei had no choice but to unleash his dark force in an attempt to perform another spatial shift. However, at this moment, a vast ancient emperor's dragon might came crashing down from the void. The five-clawed golden dragon that was originally occupying a corner. Its huge body turned into an intense light that sealed the space. It also delayed the time for King Muyong and the other two to break the rules of space. Outside, King Muyong let out a furious roar. "You're just a dead spirit. How dare you block the path of the living? Let's see how much of your strength you can still use." Rumble. The five-clawed golden dragon's attack had undoubtedly infuriated the three quasi-emperors. After all, their combined strength was not afraid of an ordinary ancient emperor. Although the five-clawed golden dragon was powerful, it was already dead. Although it had been sacrificed by the Fey dragons and projected its spirit from the ancient time, this spirit was not its original body. It cannot display the full strength of its original body. "I can only help you delay it for 15 minutes. The five-clawed golden dragon's unwilling roar came from the void. Hearing this roar, the surrounding immemorial Fey dragons roared even more crazily. Yifei also felt an immense pressure coming toward him. It actually made him feel as if he had sunk into a muddy swamp. Not only did his movements become slower, even the spatial shift ability was completely suppressed. In the end, you still stood on the evil dragon's side. You knew that it was evil, but you still protected it. Today, I have seen the backbone of a divine dragon." Yifei's cold roar made the five-clawed golden dragon's huge eyes reveal a trace of shame and contemplation. The strongest immemorial Fey dragon let out a ferocious roar. "Brat, it's useless to resist. As a human, you can't use the power of the true dragon's eye. Give up resisting, and I can swallow you whole. I'll let you die a quick death." Scram! Yifei slashed out with the huge black gold divine sword. Unfortunately, it was suppressed by the divine dragon spirit. His sword light was extremely slow, and the immemorial Fey dragon easily dodged it. At the same time, more than 10 dragon claws slashed at Yifei's body, tearing Yifei's clothes to shreds. Yifei's ancient god-golden body was unable to withstand the combined attack of dozens of divine Lord Fey dragons. He screamed in pain as his ancient god-golden body shattered on the spot, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. What worried Yifei even more was that the spatial stone that he had been holding tightly in his other hand had been knocked out of his grasp. Yifei's face instantly turned pale. The spatial stone was his final trump card to suppress the Fey dragons. If it fell into the hands of the Fey dragons and he lost his trump card, there was a real possibility that he would become food for the Fey dragons. However, due to the suppression of the divine dragon spirit, Yifei couldn't even stop the Fey dragons, let alone fight for it. He could only watch helplessly as the Fey dragons rushed over in ecstasy to fight for the spatial stone. "I didn't think that I would die in the mouths of a bunch of cunning evil dragons instead of a quasi-emperor." Yifei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth again. Xiao Chao shook his head violently and shouted, "E!" Almost at the same time that Xiao Chao gave the order, a large black mouth suddenly stretched out from the most inconspicuous gap in the Fey dragons and snatched the spatial stone before all the Fey dragons could. It was Big Black's gluttonous habit that turned the tide at such a crucial moment. Yifei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After all, the dragon turtle was only a mid-stage Dao Lord apart from being as fast as lightning when it attacked with its black mouth. It was clearly courting death by going into a group of Divine Lord Fey dragons to fight for the spatial stone. "Big Black, run!" Yifei didn't care about his injuries and hurriedly shouted at the dragon turtle. The furious roars of dozens of Divine Lord Fey dragons also resounded in the surrounding space. They didn't expect the black turtle to be not only fat, but also bold enough to attack the dragon turtle right under their mouths to snatch the treasure. The Fey dragon's hatred for the dragon turtle immediately surpassed Yi Fei's hatred for it by at least 10 times. They all wanted to swallow the dragon turtle whole. Yi Fei's body suddenly burned with fierce blood flames, and his eyes became crazed. He couldn't just watch the dragon turtle die. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he had to save the dragon turtle. This obsession and craziness made Yi Fei suddenly break free from the divine dragon spirit suppression and madly approach the dragon turtle. Chapter 26:03. It's useless. Even if you break free from my spiritual domain, you're not a dragon and you don't have dragon blood in your body. You won't be able to unleash the true power of the true dragon's eye. The five-clawed golden dragon's words seemed to be filled with pity, but it also revealed an extremely important piece of information. Only dragon blood could activate the space stone, which was the true power of the true dragon's eye. Big Black, it's up to you now. Although there was no dragon blood in Yi Fei's body, the dragon turtle possessed the bloodline of a grade 8 demonic dragon. It was not much weaker than the surrounding primordial demonic dragons. Moreover, the space stone was currently in the dragon turtle's mouth. Hearing the five-clawed golden dragon's words, the dragon turtle, whose black lips had turned white from fear, suddenly made up its mind. It raised its head and was about to swallow the space stone. Shut up. Little turtle, you're only a mid-stage Dao Lord. If you swallow the true dragon's eye, its power will definitely devour your bloodline completely. In the end, you'll only become a dried corpse. The surrounding immemorial demonic dragons suddenly gave up on killing the dragon turtle. On the contrary, they stared at the dragon turtle's actions nervously. The largest immemorial demonic dragon even said patiently, "Little turtle, you're following this human because you covet his Xian veins and want to rely on him to feed yourself. However, if you hand over the true dragon's eye, we can accept you into our clan and become a member of the immemorial demonic dragons, considering that you also have the bloodline of a demonic dragon." The dragon turtle's expression suddenly changed. It glanced at Yi Fei subconsciously. However, its eyes didn't waver at all. Instead, they were filled with a strong sense of nostalgia and tragedy. This was the first time Yi Fei saw the dragon turtle show such an expression. His heart suddenly trembled. Xiao Chao couldn't help but want to jump out anxiously and shout, "Squeak, squeak!" Roar! The dragon turtle answered with a determined roar. Then, under the disbelieving gazes of the Archean demonic dragons and Yi Fei and Xiao Chao, the dragon turtle, who had always been afraid of death and lazy, resolutely started refining the space stone that it had swallowed. Yi Fei and Xiao Chao's hearts trembled at the same time. The dragons had said earlier that with the dragon turtle's realm, if it swallowed the spatial stone, its bloodline would be completely devoured and it would die. However, in order to save Yi Fei and Xiao Chao, the dragon turtle still swallowed the spatial stone without hesitation. In an instant, the surging demon blood burned on the dragon turtle's body like a raging fire. At the same time, a dragon might that did not belong to the dragon turtle, but was emitted from the dragon turtle's body burned like a pillar of fire. Roar! The immense pain caused the dragon turtle to let out a loud scream and roar. The dragon turtle's eyes were instantly filled with viciousness. That viciousness made Yi Fei feel as though he had returned to the time when he first met the dragon turtle. Back then, the dragon turtle was just as viciously violent. It chased after the flood dragons in the sea with no way out. Yi Fei's heart trembled. Many of the Archean demonic dragons around him also started to tremble. This little turtle really doesn't want to live anymore. He knew that he would die if he swallowed it, but in order to save his master, he still swallowed it. This vile creature is indeed loyal. However, he has followed the wrong master. Today, even if these Archean demonic dragons don't kill him, we definitely can't let him go. My son can't die in vain. 3 powerful figures had already squeezed through the cracks in the void. However, due to the strong obstruction of the 5-clawed golden dragon, they were temporarily unable to fully descend. However, because of this, they could clearly see the situation in this space. Roar! Hearing those words, the berserk dragon tortoise was, without a doubt, completely enraged. The dragon tortoise suddenly grew in size. It was as big as a mountain. Its eyes turned from black and white to a pure golden color. It was as if a golden sun was being born in the dragon tortoise's eyes. Boom! The dragon turtle looked up. Its golden eyes actually emitted a terrifying divine light. It silently stared at the void, and that terrifying divine light actually pierced through the head of a Lord God demonic dragon. That demonic dragon didn't even have time to scream before its spirit exploded. Only a complete corpse was left as it fell to the ground. Not good. Quickly close your eyes. This little turtle's cultivation realm is too low. It won't be long before the eyes of the true dragon devour it. Before the largest Archean demonic dragon could finish speaking, the dragon turtle was already glaring fiercely at it with its golden dragon eyes. Even with its eyes closed, the Archean demonic dragon could still feel a pair of golden eyes penetrating its body and directly meeting its spirit. Then, its spirit couldn't withstand this gaze and completely collapsed. Another huge dragon corpse fell from the void. It crushed countless low-level Archean demonic dragons to death. The other Archean demonic dragons were scared out of their wits. The eyes of the true dragon were their greatest nemesis. The dragon turtle, who could activate the power of the eyes of the true dragon, was undoubtedly the dragon god that determined their life and death. At this moment, the group of Archean demonic dragons no longer dared to surround Yi Fei and the dragon turtle. Instead, they frantically retreated and hid. They wanted to wait for the dragon turtle to be exhausted by the eyes of the true dragon before coming back to take revenge and fight for the eyes of the true dragon. Yi Fei also didn't expect the dragon turtle's gaze to become so terrifying after swallowing the eyes of the true dragon. Just a glare could instantly kill a monarch god realm Archean demonic dragon. However, this wasn't the true power of the dragon turtle. It was the power that the dragon turtle borrowed from the eyes of the true dragon by burning its own bloodline. Not only could it not last long, it might even die from the exhaustion of its bloodline. Yi Fei's heart trembled violently. He hurriedly shouted at the dragon turtle, "Blackie, come back. Spit that thing out immediately." "Ha ha ha, it's too late. No matter who you are, you kill my son. I must take your life." Boom! On one side, the demonic dragons were scared away by the dragon turtle. Many demonic dragons were killed by the dragon turtle's terrifying gaze. On the other side, Lord Myong and the other two quasi-emperors had successfully shattered the void with the help of a large group of divine lords and the human ancestor. They had also broken the inherent rules of this space and successfully squeezed in as quasi-emperors. Die. King Myong was the first to arrive in this space. He didn't ask anything and directly faced Yi Fei coldly. A terrifying blade aura had already turned into a whistling mountain range. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth was destroyed. Countless Archean demonic dragons were directly killed by this blade aura. Facing this blade, Yi Fei felt his breathing stop. After all, this was an attack from a quasi-emperor. Even if he had the divine ghost cauldron and the undying sword token, he still couldn't block it. The difference between the two sides was too great. Boom! The huge blade aura fell. It was so fast that Yi Fei couldn't see it clearly at his level. The fear of death had already crept into his heart. However, this blade aura didn't hit him. Realizing that Yi Fei was in danger, a huge black turtle descended from the sky and pressed Yi Fei under its belly. At the same time, the dragon turtle was already glaring at the front. Chapter 2604. Kill. While the dragon turtle was protecting its master, the second quasi-emperor of the Jin clan arrived. His golden palm turned into a huge seal and slammed down on the dragon turtle's defenseless body. Yi Fei struggled violently under the dragon turtle's belly. "Blackie, get out of the way. I won't let you die." Roar. The dragon turtle replied with an even more ferocious roar. The dragon turtle did not turn around to look at Yi Fei. Its eyes were so terrifying that they could easily stare a divine emperor to death. Yi Fei did not want the dragon turtle to die, but the dragon turtle did not want Yi Fei to die either. Perhaps the dragon turtle had followed Yi Fei in the beginning because it wanted to freeload off Yi Fei. However, after following Yi Fei for so long, from the Earth domain to the Heaven domain, from the Divine Prefecture to the Red Dragon Celestial domain, the dragon turtle had long regarded Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao as its closest kin. Now that someone close to him was in trouble, no matter how cowardly the dragon tortoise was, it still burned its dragon blood and used its body to shield Yi Fei from the onslaught. The dragon turtle wanted to use its own death in exchange for Yi Fei's life. With the courage to face death, the dragon turtle roared ferociously. It raised its head and used its body to block the attack of the quasi-emperor of the Jin clan. When a huge palm slammed down, the dragon turtle's shell shattered, revealing its flesh. However, there was no blood. All of the dragon turtle's blood had been absorbed by the true dragon's eye. Roar! In the next moment, the dragon turtle had already launched a counterattack. It used all its strength, and its golden dragon eyes were filled with endless sorrow and longing as it glared fiercely at the quasi-emperor of the Jin family. Even the quasi-emperor of the human ancestor realm could not withstand the terrifying gaze of the dragon turtle. The quasi-emperor of the Jin family screamed miserably as he held his head and rapidly retreated. Be careful. This evil beast's eyes can stare into the spiritual soul. So what? It has offended the Heaven's Mandate sect, so it still has to die, no matter how loyal this evil creature is. Boom! The master of the Heavenly Fate clan stood on the bridge with a fate wheel in his hand. Behind him, a towering mountain appeared. His spiritual soul was hidden in the Heavenly Fate palace, controlling the fate wheel in his hand. Then, like a demon slashing the moon, the fate wheel smashed toward the broken shell of the dragon turtle. The dragon turtle still did not dodge. It used its body to press Yi Fei under its belly. While protecting Yi Fei, the dragon turtle glared at the quasi-emperor of the Jin clan. The quasi-emperor immediately screamed. Even a quasi-emperor did not have a good defense against this formless gaze attack. The quasi-emperor of the Jin clan was severely injured again and had to retreat while vomiting blood. However, on the other side, Lord Muyang stabilized his breath and the saber in his hand appeared again. The saber with a strong murderous intent suddenly slashed toward the neck of the dragon turtle. Yi Fei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He used all his strength to struggle under the belly of the dragon turtle. Blackie, get out of the way! The attack of two quasi-emperors and Lord Muyang's attack was enough to decapitate the dragon turtle instantly. In the space of the beast mark, Xiao Qiao was already wailing. Holding the vine whip, he wanted to come out and help. However, the dragon turtle that had swallowed the true dragon's eye became extremely strong. Not only did it press down on Yi Fei, it also roared ferociously to stop Xiao Qiao. Boom! The attacks of the Heavenly Fate Sect Master and Lord Muyang came at the same time. The dragon turtle did not move at all. It only raised its dragon claw angrily and slapped at the saber. However, the fate wheel of the Heavenly Fate Sect Master hit the dragon turtle's back hard. Then, Yi Fei felt huge fragments of the turtle shell falling to the ground like rain. Blackie, Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao's hearts trembled. The most important part of the dragon turtle was its shell. But now, the shell had been shattered. Boom! An enormous amount of anger suddenly erupted from Yi Fei's body. Xiao Cao's eyes became even redder. This was the first time Xiao Qiao was angry. That shocking anger turned into five-color divine light that helped Yi Fei break through the suppression of the dragon turtle. Lord Muyang, I want you dead. The serious injury of the dragon turtle had driven Yi Fei completely mad. Since the dragon turtle was willing to burn its bloodline to protect him and Xiao Qiao, it was willing to die under the attack of a quasi-emperor. How could he not sacrifice his own life to save the dragon turtle? Boom! Boom! Yi Fei drew his sword, but it was aimed at himself. Just as King Muyang was puzzled, Yi Fei suddenly extended his bleeding arm to the dragon turtle's mouth. Big Black, suck it up. Use my blood to strengthen yours. Then use your blood to stimulate the true dragon's eye to become even stronger. Roar. 2 lines of crystal-clear tears of blood suddenly rolled down from the dragon turtle's ferocious eyes. The dragon turtle lowered its head and gently bit Yi Fei's arm. Yi Fei's blood flowed into the dragon turtle's body through the dragon turtle's mouth. The dragon turtle refined it and turned it into its own blood. With this external force, the true dragon's eye suddenly erupted with even more terrifying power. The dragon turtle's golden eyes spewed out golden flames like sunspots. Boom! The Jin clan's quasi-emperor, who was about to attack, suddenly screamed. My Dao heart, my Dao heart. Its eyes actually shattered my Dao heart. I want to kill it, I want to kill it. The Jin clan's quasi-emperor went completely crazy. The Dao heart was Renzu's foundation, and also the most important part of breaking through to the ancient emperor realm. Once Renzu lost his Dao heart, he would lose all possibility of breaking through to the ancient emperor realm. The Jin clan's quasi-emperor was furious, but more than that, he was deeply afraid. The Dragon Eye's power was getting more and more terrifying. In the end, even if they could kill the dragon turtle and Yi Fei, they would suffer great losses, especially the Tianming sect master and Lord Muyang. Although they had cultivated for thousands of years, they were still very young compared to Renzu's long lifespan. There was still a chance that they could break through to the ancient emperor realm. If their Dao heart was shattered by the dragon turtles, like the Jin clan's quasi-emperor, then they would lose more than they gained. Without any hesitation, the Tianming sect master and King Muyang said, "Let's retreat for now. They won't be able to withstand the power of the true dragon's eye. Even if we don't do anything, they'll still die. We can't let them die so easily. They destroyed my Dao heart. This is an irreconcilable hatred. I want them dead. If my Jin clan can't have them, then no one else can." After his Dao heart was shattered, the Jin clan's quasi-emperor was so angry that he coughed out blood. Black smoke came out of his nostrils and ears. He was so angry that he was about to go mad. Then, a terrifying demonic orb radiating a dark aura appeared in his hand. Even King Muyang and the Tianming sect master jumped in fright when they saw the orb. That's the most vicious black orb in the imperial skies. Once this bead explodes, everything below the ancient emperor realm will be contaminated by the black demon and die on the spot. Boom! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.